for ASEAN to Globalizing the Workplace panel. The world is changing quickly, and as businesses transform, so do their workplaces. As our world grows smaller and more globalized, businesses have started to increasingly face challenges in adapting their workplaces. As the leaders of tomorrow, the youth are most impacted by these changes as they struggle with disrupted learning as well as the ever increasing competition for jobs, but yet decreasing opportunities for work experience. Today, we will hear from a range of individuals with unique and incredibly impressive backgrounds. We will start off with Nur Farah Karim, a member of Team Defy Consulting, the first prize winners of the Young Entrepreneurs Case Competition, a worldwide case competition attracting participants from over 31 universities and 12 countries who will share their winning solution, the Skilled Workers Abroad program, as part of a Guru Advantage Global Professional Immersion program hosted by the Australia ASEAN Business Council. We will also learn about the Guru Advantage program with Eleanor Mark, the president of the Australia ASEAN Business Council, adjunct professor in UKM, and managing director of Venture Knots. Finally, we will gain some insights from our fantastic panelists as follows: Dr. Seri Douglas Fu, founder and chairman of Sakai Holdings Limited, and has been a nominated member of Parliament of Singapore, president of the Singapore Manufacturing Federation, and much more. As well as Penny Thompson, who is the head of resourcing, people, and development for King & Wood Mallesons, which is one of the world's largest law firms. She's a commercially focused HR leader with a master's graduate from Macquarie University. I would also like to add that the panel discussion towards the end is an interactive Q&A, so we would love for the audience to send their questions in during the session as well. And with that, I'm sure everyone's looking forward for the session to begin, so I'd like to start off by inviting Farah to take the stage. And I will be sharing the slides prepared right now. All right, over to you, Farah.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen. So good afternoon to all attendees and fellow panelists. First and foremost, thank you ASEAN Society UNSW and the organizing committee of this year's UNSW ASEAN conference for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Farah, and I am part of Defy Consulting, an intern team with the Australia ASEAN Business Council under Guru Advantage's Global Professional Immersion Program. Next slide, please. Yep. So in lieu of the COVID-19 pandemic, face-to-face business interaction has changed dramatically over the past year. With economic progress coming to a halt due to the dramatic change in today's business landscape, traditional business models and methods of engagement were ultimately disrupted. The halt of international travel and the disruptions to business operations has made it challenging to form new connections during this trying time. By taking part in ASEAN Society's inaugural Young Entrepreneurs Case Competition, my team and I were given the opportunity to build an innovative solution of our own to strengthen interpersonal relationships and connect business opportunities across the region. Through the competition, we discovered the true value of interdisciplinary collaboration. Coming from 4 different backgrounds, my team and I were able to apply our differing experiences and perspectives to create a solution that we feel has the potential to aid across all industries. This solution that we have developed is called SWAP, our Skilled Worker Abroad program. Next slide, please. So what is SWAP? SWAP is a virtual worker exchange program among businesses in the ASEAN Australian regions. SWAP aims to lower entry barriers for improved domestic and multinational business operations, provide a unique opportunity to upskill employees, and promote national growth through the retainment of local talent. Similar programs include government-facilitated groups as well as independent businesses like Airtasker and Freelancer. These existing models operate with a focus on the individual as a unit, connecting one person to a company. Most of these models are also reliant on physical exchanges, which has been made difficult by the pandemic. So this is where SWAP comes in. SWAP looks at connecting business to business, going beyond the individual. Not only do businesses get the benefit of upskilled employees, but also the opportunity to establish organizational connections with the potential for future collaboration. As SWAP is intended to run fully virtual, it's a fully virtual program, there is an added layer of flexibility compared to existing models. And SWAP is designed for maximal impact, having positive effects that span the micro to macro levels. SWAP aims to promote business relationships among Australia and ASEAN countries by initiating one-to-one cross-border engagements, As they entrust each other with their employees, they have the possibility to expand their network and form new relationships. At an individual level, employees also get exposure to new environments and people, which will allow them to broaden their skill set and gain a competitive edge amongst a very competitive global market. And as local employees upskill, it would also contribute to the growth of the local communities and industries within the countries, therefore aiding overall national development and also economic recovery. Next slide, please. So as winners of the Young Entrepreneurs Case Competition, we were then given the opportunity to undergo an internship with the Australia ASEAN Business Council under Guru Advantage's Global Professional Immersion Program, as mentioned earlier. And through this, we are currently developing SWAP with the aim of validating our solution through a possible pilot program, bringing along participating businesses. So under the guidance of Eleanor, Peter, and the business masterclasses, our journey in developing SWAP has developed from merely an idea to a possible minimum viable product capable in hitting the ground running. In making doing business overseas more accessible, we aim for SWAP to facilitate these connections as a means for exploring the possibility of overseas expansion. And in the process of refining SWAP, we've also had the chance to present our solution to high-profile individuals and business leaders in the ASEAN community, such as the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and the ASEAN Business Awards, just to name a few. The connections and discoveries that we have made through the Global Professional Immersion Program have been invaluable in giving us the confidence to face the competitive job market and future of work. Coming from vastly different backgrounds, such as medicine and health, actuarial studies, political science and engineering, together, my team and I were able to bring forward our shared experiences in building a solution to uplift the ASEAN region through our Skilled Worker Abroad program. Next slide, please. So with your feedback, support, and connections to powerful networks, we hope to develop SWAP into a program that fosters close cross-border business relationships through upskilling local talent and providing businesses with an opportunity for exploration with lowered risk. So why wait? Let's get swapping. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. That was incredible, and I loved learning about SWAP. And now over to Eleanor to tell us a little bit more about what Guru Advantage is.
Many thanks for the kind introduction, Kathleen. It's a pleasure to be here with this distinguished panel. Expanding on Farah's presentation, I'd like to talk a little about the Young Entrepreneurs Case Competition, the global trends that we're seeing in the workplace, and Guru Advantage's Global Professional Immersion Program. Next, please. The Australia ASEAN Business Council and Guru Advantage were willing partners and sponsors of the Young Entrepreneurs Case Competition, or YECC, for a number of reasons. Two reasons primarily. Firstly, the UNSW ASEAN Society is an exceptional and dynamic group, and we are strong supporters of its vision, its ambition, and its initiatives. That's why on behalf of the AABC, I signed an MOU with Dr. Anthony Sunjaya, President of the UNSW ASEAN Society, effective today. Secondly, in a time of phenomenal disruption that's caused by COVID-19, digital acceleration, increasing economic and generational gaps, it's critical that we start to listen deeply and tap into the limitless ideas and mindset of today's youth for solutions tomorrow. The YECC challenged university students and recent grads to propose innovative solutions for strengthening interpersonal relationships and connecting business opportunities between Australia and ASEAN. Competition was very fierce, and there were submissions from 31 universities across 12 countries. And Defy Consulting, Farah's team, won with its Skilled Workers Abroad program, SWAP. There were many other interesting ideas that were presented by contestants. And Kathleen, congratulations again to you and your team for the success of the Young Entrepreneurs Case Competition. It was exceptional. Next, please. We can't predict where the Australian or ASEAN workforce will be in the next century. What is certain is that the fourth industrial revolution, or IR 4.0, and globalization 4.0, those major technological and globalization advancements are going to impact the workplace. You throw in the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, and there is a global urgency to reskilling and upskilling the workforce and to better prepare businesses to adapt to these disruptions. What's becoming clear is that key to preparing for the future of work is the need to firstly live in the beta mode, or to coin a phrase from E&Y report, where you constantly learn something new. Employers care less nowadays about traditional degrees and more about proof of job-ready skills. There is an urgent need for innovators, problem solvers, self-actualizing learners, and the ability to collaborate and co-create with others. Secondly, improving digital skills. There are multitude of micro courses available now for all levels. So there's really no excuse, not to upgrade your digital skills. And finally, honing power skills such as creative problem solving, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, teamwork, and collaboration. Next, please. As the workplace changes, it's critical that people invest in themselves and develop valuable skills that are less at risk of being substituted by technology. And that's why Farah and her team are gaining an invaluable experience developing their SWAP idea under the Global Professional Immersion Program. It's essentially a micro credential in work readiness that's conducted online for 4 to 8 weeks with international teams working under the guidance of a guru or expert on real projects with impact. And around that, we wrap power and professional skills as well as build brand new coaching and career acceleration advice from business and entrepreneur leaders. And our implementing partners are the National University of Malaysia and the ASEAN University Network's AEC thematic. We're very pleased that it was endorsed in the APEC Connectivity Report as one of the best initiatives, and is also supported and recognized by the ASEAN Secretariat for its contribution to reskilling and upskilling of the workforce. Next, please. The feedback that we get is that interns develop skills and work readiness experience that's valuable, but importantly, it's transferable wherever they go. Also, just as importantly, is they're so much more confident to face future challenges because their experience is now across disciplines, it's across cultures, and it's across borders. Host organizations get professional insights and they also get access to business capability and talent pipeline, and it satisfies their community service responsibilities. But more generally though, the program nurtures youth leadership, entrepreneurship, and it connects cultures and generations. Next, please. Another example of a project we're launching is with MIPON, one of the largest companies in Thailand, looking at strategies for transitioning an important secondary city into a smart city. Borders may be closed, but opportunities like this give companies the ability to access global talent and grow business capability for local projects. And that's particularly important given the phenomenon of the Great Resignation or the Great Attrition, with which businesses are also grappling. According to a recent Microsoft research report, over 40% of the global workforce is considering leaving their employers this year. But I'll leave it there because I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to explore that and much more with Douglas and Penny. I'd just like to say though that being on this panel is like a virtual reunion because Penny's company, King & Wood Mallesons, has been a strong supporter of the AABC for years, and Douglas is a very important representative of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council with whom we partner. I'm very grateful they accepted my invitation to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor, and thank you so much for telling us about the Global Professional Immersion Program. Definitely sounds like something I'd love to do in the future. And I will stop sharing screen now. Okay, fantastic. So thank you, Farah, and thank you, Eleanor, for your presentations. And we will now move into the interactive panel portion of this session. Once again, I would like to quickly introduce our panelists, Dr. Siri Douglas Fu, founder and chairman of Sakai Holdings, and Penny Thompson, head of resourcing, people, and development for King & Wood Mallesons. Before we begin, I'd like to quickly invite the audience to send their questions in via the chat, as we would love to encourage audience participation for this panel. But whilst waiting for our moderator to send some questions through, I have a few questions of my own I'd like to ask you both. So first of all, to Douglas, you've been an entrepreneur for over 20 years now, starting off in garment manufacturing and trade, and later diversifying into food with Sakai Sushi, which, if I may add, is a little bit of a cultural icon of my teenage years. And I'd like to ask you about how you've seen ambitions change throughout the years. Do you think entrepreneurship is more accessible nowadays, especially with greater digitalization and globalization impacting how the world works and consumes?
Thanks, Kathleen, for the very interesting question. Maybe I could just highlight and share that I grew up in the era in Singapore where the nation building was actually attracting enterprises to Singapore. And so the training at that time in education was really training skilled workforce to support all these investments that was coming into the Singapore economy. My father is an engineer at that time. I was about to go to NTU to do my engineering when I did some part-time work, and I served in the national service as a air defense officer in the Republic of Singapore Air Force. And that actually exposed me to engineering deep. And certainly, you know, every time when we're young, people say that we should have certain vision, we know what to do. But you know, we all been there growing up, trying to figure where we want to go, trying to figure out where our passion is. And that changing moment, that trigger moment was actually in the national service, when one of my commanders was telling me that this is what you are doing in the national service is going to be useful for you when you go on to do your engineering studies. And that struck me that I like it, but is it something that I want to do going forward? And so I actually went on to change into doing business, and then decided that I would like to go into the financial management and financial industry. But at that time, the banking industry was not hiring. And I got my first job in a Japanese company called Tokyo. Worked there for about a year in the marketing department. And very shortly have an opportunity to jump onto the entrepreneurship journey. But at that time, when I look around my friends, they were all engineers, doctors, lawyers, all professionals, or in the government service. There was no entrepreneurship. Even the word that was spoken about almost 2 decades ago in Singapore. It's a very new topic, but it has actually gone on to a huge traction over the journey that I've gone through. And I've seen it, to answer your question quite directly, the opportunities today are immense, because through the digital medium, you are able to outreach to a far greater markets around the world. You have far more information and knowledge that you get in order to make those decisions. The data points are a lot more accurate as compared to previously. The reason that we started with the garments manufacturing, because I happened to work in the company called Tokyo. I met some Japanese good friends who were making clothing for Japan market. So our market at that time was Japan. Our production plant was actually in India, in a very small, rural, undeveloped village called Kandla Free Trade Zone, which is part of the Gujarat, where the current Prime Minister of India comes from. And it was actually a very, very steep learning curve for me. But I just felt that it is something I wanted to do, and I went on to embark. And then we moved to the food business, because when we saw the opportunities for the garments business being challenged, because the Chinese were coming into the market to produce as well, we decided that as a OEM, that means you are manufacturing for somebody who has a design for you, where do you play in the whole value chain? And so that's why we created the Sakai Sushi brand, which you mentioned early on. Drink sake, eat sushi, quite easy to remember. And we then decided that we wanted to be the McDonald's or Starbucks of sushi when we started on the journey. But even then, today, we've actually transformed into a digital business under the Sakai Holdings Group. We're actually involved in a whole master plan in Da Nang in Vietnam. So actually, in the whole journey of entrepreneurship, you'll see that there will be opportunities that come along. You need to then address whether it is something that you're passionate about, whether there's a business model that you curate from there, and then at the same time, what kind of impact it is going to make into the society. And the Da Nang project to me today is something that keeps me driven every day, because it's going to impact the 1.3 million constituents in the city, on how they could actually move to become a much more developed city, a smart city, using technology, but at the same time being able to use the technology to manage the whole sustainable development. Today, there's a lot of discussion on the environment, sustainability, and governance, and it is certainly these areas that I think will continue to drive how business models will move forward. Sorry for the long answer to your short question.
No, thank you so much for sharing your experience with entrepreneurship and also giving us an insight into your background. And I also do agree with how immense the opportunities are in Singapore and throughout the world with entrepreneurship. And I do look forward to seeing how it's going to grow, especially with the use of new technology nowadays. So thank you for that. And also now over to Penny. I have a question about, well, as a to-be graduate myself, the global job market is honestly quite terrifying. And with the impact of the pandemic, online school, and limited opportunities to network and meet employers, I think graduates today are feeling quite uncertain. And not to mention, nowadays, 90% of employers want recruits with work experience. And in today's working world, how have employer recruitment requirements and processes changed? And what are the implications for graduates and professionals seeking work?
Thank you, Kathleen. Well, that's actually quite a complex question, so I'll try and break it down and answer it as best I can. Look, I think there's actually, whilst I understand, particularly as a graduate, it might be quite daunting entering a new career, particularly at a time where you can't physically get an understanding of the workplace that you're entering or the people that you'll be working with. I actually think that the move to a more virtual environment born out of necessity because of COVID has actually brought a lot of opportunities for graduates. And what I mean by that is, and Eleanor touched on this earlier in her presentation, that there's a number of virtual experiences and internships that are being offered throughout the globe. By way of example, KWM, which is obviously where I currently work, pre-pandemic, we launched a virtual experience program that's open to anybody across the world. But since then, and not just in our industry, there's a whole bunch of different experiences like that where graduates can get a greater understanding of what the world of work is like in their chosen industry. There's obviously also a lot of experiences available through real-time internships and work experience, but that's a little bit limited at the moment, depending on the location that you're at, particularly my location, I'm in Sydney. But there's also, and again, Eleanor touched on this as well, the number, certainly I have seen the number of courses that allow micro-credentialing and greater understanding of different careers and what might be required, as well as the development of different skills that may not be learnt through formal education or degrees, has also exploded over the last year or so. I've certainly availed myself of a couple of opportunities to learn new skills through that. But I think that's also a really big opportunity for graduates. And in terms of recruitment processes themselves, I'm speaking probably more so of Australia, but I think it is a phenomenon across the world. Obviously, recruitment processes have moved to a more virtual environment. That was actually something that was beginning before COVID, but obviously born of necessity, that's continued. And the skills that organisations are looking for are changing, and with that, more complex forms of assessment are also coming along with that. And what I mean by that are things like, there are some organisations that I understand use automated interviewing. So they use chatbots, they use video interviewing, but the assessments themselves are a little more complex and more tailored to the different skills that organisations might be looking for, which again, Eleanor touched on in her presentation around adaptability, learning agility, curiosity, problem solving, collaboration. They have been identified as critical skills of the future, and organisations are adapting their processes to be able to assess them in a more comprehensive way.
Fantastic. Thank you, Penny. And also thank you for adding that point on the micro credentials and also like the ways graduates can upskill today, because I think these are often very overlooked by graduates, and that's a really great tip for them to really gain an edge in the market. And also, I wanted to ask you a little further on the Kingwood and Madison's virtual experience program, because I don't hear very often about virtual internships. Could you expand a little bit more about it?
Yeah, sure. So it's not an internship yet. That is something that we're exploring. Yeah, but the experience program that we offer is there's two virtual experience programs, and they're open to anyone in the world, and it gives a sense of what day-to-day work would look like as a lawyer in our firm, no matter where you are in the world. So yeah, you get an experience of a problem, what it's like to have certain client demands, instructions, so you actually understand what a day would look like, which is quite critical to gain that experience. Often, when you're at university, there you don't understand what that working experience looks like. So that they're the experience programs that we've developed to date. There are a number of virtual internship programs that are offered in different industries and in other organisations, particularly more overseas and in Europe than necessarily in Australia. So yeah, I'd encourage you to look for those opportunities as well, as I think they'd be great.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so over back to Douglas. As aforementioned, it's a pretty tough, uncertain job market out there for today's graduates. And entrepreneurship is often considered something that's a little bit more of a risky career path. And many have now turned to looking for stable jobs in fear of failure. I was wondering, how would you encourage entrepreneurship today? And do you think there's any way to mitigate or reduce the risk involved?
So you are actually asking whether the graduates should jump onto the entrepreneurship journey?
Yeah, in a way. Or people who may have been in the workforce for a while who might want to look into entrepreneurship now.
Earlier on, I mentioned that I grew up in the era where entrepreneurship, unlike today, being as a career option for choice, was not really one, because we all trained to be professionals. So my dad is an engineer. So when the chance for me to jump onto the entrepreneurship journey, it was quite difficult because there was no support like what we have today. In fact, I was very much part of the whole Singapore program of starting this whole action for community entrepreneurship. We started to make sure that we have the whole financing, the angel funding, the VCs, the PEs. In the early stages, there were none of this. But today, it's quite different. So many times when I share with, or go to schools to share with undergrads or graduates, there's always this question, which is the path? Maybe I could share that for my kids, I have 4 boys. Okay, their names are Donovan, Dominic, Donahill, and Donegan. They all start with a DO because I hope they'll do something in their lives. So I put that inside their names. So there are 3 things that I hope I'll be able to give them. Number 1, values. The values to be a good person, to be a responsible citizen of this world. So I teach them from young. The second one is education, to make sure that they acquire the basic skills of reading, the math skills, science, to understand why things work. And with those basic skills, you can then build on it. And the third one is actually to discover their passion. So when you talk about entrepreneurship or career choices, it's really about the passion that you're discovering. Because if once you're doing something that you love, that you feel there's an impact and that you just enjoy, it's no longer work. So there are people that actually ask whether I'm preoccupied with so many things. I said no, because I like doing it. It's a passion that keeps me driven onto this journey. And the thing about a lot of all these things is when you start discovering the thing that you love, enjoy doing, you realize that, hey, you're not working at all. And people ask, when will I retire? For me, why do I retire? You just manage and rebalance your time for different things. You don't have to completely retire. To me, the retirement is not really part of my vocab since when I was very young. And I will continue to be able to do, and I continue to want to share some of this knowledge and skill set so that the next generation will be able to use some of these learnings that we have, so that when they start making those decisions going forward, they don't make some of the same mistakes. But because of what's happening today in the whole world of digitization, the I 4.0 that Eleanor spoke about earlier on, things are going to be so much different, and at the same time creates a lot of more opportunities for not just going on to a professional career, but even the future of work that Penny mentioned about. It's all going to be disrupted. It's going to be very different, and it's going to be a co-creation period that, it's not just the enterprises that are co-creating it, it's the entire society that's going to co-create how the future of work, how the future of work-life balance, how technology is going to be used in building sustainable societies going forward, making an impact. And certainly the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that was set out in United Nations quite a couple of years back. In fact, I served as the president of Singapore Manufacturing Federation, and we adopted that in 2016, shortly after that was being put forth. And at that time, it was something that not many of the even the large companies could put meaning to it. But today it is a daily conversation, and it is getting more traction. And certainly that areas of opportunities will be tremendous. Whether the person could embark on it to be a professional in that, or to get on it to build an enterprise, I think everybody to each their own, because in the Chinese saying, they say, 行行出状元, meaning that you can scale many mountains. There's not just one mountain. The definition of success is that as long as you're happy doing what you're doing, I think that you have made the right choice.
That's awesome. Thank you, Douglas. And I can truly hear the passion in your voice when you speak about it. And I also do believe that passion is so important, and it really keeps us going during the harshest times, because I can imagine there's going to be no job or anything that is easy. So it's so great that to have passion in our lives to really push us through all of these times. And I have a question for Penny, and it's regarding the statistic of 90% of employers wanting recruits with work experience. So the question is, how can students, especially those in their earlier years with next to no work experience, compete in this incredibly competitive job market?
Thank you. Great question. Look, to be honest, it's not my personal experience that certainly at a graduate level and in Australia that employers do want recruits with significant work experience. It is actually more important that they are demonstrating a capability or future aptitude for the skills that are required for the roles that they're being hired for, rather than experience per se. And I think more generally, and particularly due to the Great Resignation that's exacerbated at the moment, that I think Eleanor mentioned earlier, I think organisations are actually moving away from requiring a lot of experience for roles and focusing on capabilities and attributes to set them up for the future, and also exacerbated by the changing work environment. There was a report from the World Economic Forum released last year that actually outlined a lot of the skills that will be required for 2020, and a lot of them focused on, what may have been deemed the softer skills that Eleanor actually referred to earlier in her discussion about Guru Advantage. But I think it's those skills that employers are actually looking for, increasingly so, rather than necessarily work experience. But to answer the question around work experience and how to gain that, if you're still a student and you don't have the ability to do that, I think it is through a demonstration of interest in the company that you're applying for, and that interest can be demonstrated through doing virtual internships or virtual experiences that the company might offer. But also through doing some of the micro-credentialing programs that we talked about, and that's not necessarily company specific, but that's just to demonstrate a learning curiosity and a desire to understand the world of work.
Great answer. Thank you so much. And I think it is especially important for many of us to hear, because I think throughout my entire university career, even in high school, I was often told that work experience was like the top tier, most important thing that you needed to get a job and to be employable. But to hear that graduates can also gain capabilities via micro-credentialing or just showing an interest in the field that they want to go into is such a game changer. And I really appreciate you telling us that. And we've also
Kathleen,
got a couple of questions. Oh, sorry, Douglas.
can I just jump in and chime in a bit on that one?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, from the employers or enterprise, because I also serve on Singapore National Employers Federation. So there's always this discussion of what do employers look for, especially the undergrads or the graduates will always have this discussion. Um, I'll borrow some Chinese leaders' words that 不管白猫或黑猫，会抓老鼠的都是好猫。Meaning that we don't care whether it's a black cat or a white cat. As long as the cat is able to catch the mice, that's a good cat. So it's really not about the work experience. I think those work experience are actually building up for the capability to be able to solve those problems or challenges for the enterprise and build a business out of it. And that's why I think the enterprises and employers will always look for that. And when we first started the business in the beginning, my HR colleague would say, oh, these are the criteria. And I asked her, why do you do that? She said, oh, because we could make sure the guy have experience, then they will be able to do that. So I remember when I started looking for a job in the finance sector, you always ask, do you have prior experience? I don't have prior experience because nobody gave me the first opportunity. And if everybody wants to look for an experienced person, and the whole society does that, then the young graduate will never find the opportunity. And the matter of the fact is, it is changing. It has changed quite a lot. People are a lot more open that the prior experience can only tell you so much, but it's actually what the future. It's like, financial modeling. They will always tell you how the past performance of a certain fund is, but, it doesn't tell you what the forward performance of the fund. But the more important of the enterprise hiring anybody or bring somebody onto the team is about building something that's progressive and forward-looking and solving and building a future together. And if I think you're able to bring that onto the table and have a very robust discussion, it'll be very interesting because sometimes I don't know whether, I will just share openly that when I was trying to manage and discussing with my HR colleague, I've always that idea of when the interview, everybody is trained to perform an interview session. But in my humble opinion, the interview session should be a very open platform and open opportunity for the would-be employer and would-be employee to share and be open about what they want. Because once you shake hands and you start on going on the journey, the employer will discover that, hey, the person who, because to get the job will say that I could do all these things, but actually the person can't really perform maybe at the maximum capability. And then the employer, while trying to attract the employee, has painted a very nice bit of roses and say this organization is so good and so fantastic. And then when the person joined the company and say, oops, I think it's a misrep on how I was presented. So this is a first step to a unsuccessful matching of the employer and the employee. And so I always openly tell the would-be interviewee that, look, I really want to see who you are, what you're passionate about, and what you want to do together with us. And I'll tell you honestly that we are not perfect. There are issues here, there are some problems there, but it's never a perfect world. Let's work together and build a better future.
Oh, that's really nice. Thank you for sharing that. And also thank you for tying it back to what you said earlier about passion, because I think that really just backs up how important it is in today's workforce as well. And all right, and I've also got a few more questions from the chat actually, but these are directed towards Farah and Eleanor. So we actually have not too much time yet right now, but I think we could probably discuss it later, potentially in the casual networking sessions, if you'd like to join those after. But just as a closing question to everybody, to Douglas, Penny, Eleanor, and even Farah, if you'd like to jump in. If you were a graduate of today, what would you tell yourself? And we could start with Douglas.
Ladies first. We have got a lot of ladies on the panel, you know.
All right. So
Thank you.
Penny, would you like to go first?
Dear. Thank you, Douglas. What would I tell myself? I would tell myself to learn everything that I can, keep an eye on the future and what developments are affecting the industry and the globe, and remain open to every opportunity that comes my way.
That's great. How about you, Eleanor?
I tell myself to be bold. Don't let myself hold myself back. Be open to opportunities and to explore as much as possible and gain as many experiences as possible. But importantly, to be able to articulate the key learnings from each of those experiences, because they can be transferred to anything, whether it's a job or a hobby or, you know, anything at all. So I'd say, you know, just be bold and go for it.
Fantastic, Eleanor. And back to you, Douglas.
Farah, is she going to?
Oh, Farah, do you want to say something to your current graduate
sure.
self?
I mean, I'll be graduating soon, so you know, I'm almost kind of there. But I think looking back through my university years, especially, I think something I would tell myself throughout that process is to kind of try anything and everything, because you don't know what you like or what you don't like unless you try it. And I feel like that is one thing you can do when you're young, or at least at this age, is to try. And if you don't like it, it's fine. Just move on and go to the next thing. Yeah.
Completely agree with what Farah has said, and as well as Eleanor and Penny. I think this is such an interesting time that whoever is going to the workforce, because things are changing so rapidly, digitization, the sustainability. And so my little thoughts would be, if I'm now going out there, I would dream really, really big and just go out there and try. Yeah, like what Eleanor has made it quite plainly, be bold.
That's fantastic, everyone. Thank you. And thank you, Farah, Eleanor, Douglas, and Penny, for taking the time to speak today on how our workplaces and job markets will be changing as the world becomes increasingly globalized. I also like to thank everyone who is attending here today for being active and participating in our panel. We will now end this session, and I'll see you all in the networking lounge. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Stay healthy and well. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for investing your time with us today on a Saturday afternoon, no less. My name is Amandi Mudagamua, and I'm going to be moderating this panel today on the topic of intersectional identities, better opportunities for marginalized women for UNSW ASEAN Conference 2021. Now, as you're coming in, you should be able to see that there's a Slido poll up right now, and we would like to invite all our audience members to fill this in. It should be up on Samaro and then also on the YouTube live stream right now. And we would like to invite all of our audiences to just fill this in to get thinking about some of the key issues of this discussion. Also, before we start, I'd just like to apologize about the short delay. We were experiencing some issues with our platform provider, but this session will be running from 3:10 to 4:25, so 10 minutes behind schedule. Now, just to give a brief introduction of what this panel is about and why this is an important conversation for all of us to have. As the ASEAN region continues to experience unprecedented and fast-paced economic growth, systematic barriers prevent its most vulnerable women from equally tapping into this progress. For this session, we would like to center rather than ignore the region's most vulnerable women, those at the intersection of marginalized groups, women who are the first to be left behind in times of crisis and conflict. With the coronavirus pandemic sweeping the globe, institutional factors that amplify women's disadvantage have been brought to the forefront, reversing the recent gains that ASEAN has made towards gender equality in the recent decades. As economic opportunities become increasingly scarce, the majority of ASEAN's women who are employed within the informal economy are the ones who are affected the most. And meanwhile, domestic care burdens rise, forcing mothers and daughters alike to decide between paid employment and unpaid domestic responsibilities. By focusing on these invisible but systematic barriers, we must consider the diversity of women's needs to create a more gender-inclusive economic agenda, which puts ASEAN's most vulnerable women first. My biggest hope for today is that no matter what your position is, from being an ASEAN citizen to being a diplomat, that you can come away from this panel with a better idea of what disadvantage looks like for the region's most vulnerable women, and gain some insight into how we can work together to subvert these damaging norms, forging better opportunities for the most vulnerable people within this region. Now, just another reminder that our Slido poll is up right now, and we would like to encourage all audience members to fill that out, just to get you thinking about some of the key issues. But I'm just going to outline the format that this panel will take before we have a look at the results. Now, first of all, I'm going to take a few moments to just briefly introduce each of our panelists and tell you a bit about their background. Next, I'm going to kick off the panel discussion, asking questions that will draw out some of the key issues of this discussion. And then finally, we will open the floor up to you, the audience, so that you can put forward your own questions and we can help you navigate this complex issue. Sounds good? Great. Now, to introduce our lovely speakers. Firstly, Hannah Yeoh is the former Deputy Minister of Women, Family and Community Development, current Member of Parliament for Segambut, a constituency in Kuala Lumpur, as a member of the Pakatan Harapan Coalition. As Speaker of the Selangor State Legislative Assembly, she was the first female speaker, and the youngest member of any legislative body in Malaysia. During her time in office, she has been a passionate advocate for women's rights, and we're keen to welcome her today. Secondly, Lida Lom was awarded Cambodia's first ever Indra Devi Hope Award for Young Achievers, and is the co-founder of She Investments, a social enterprise which supports female entrepreneurs by providing business training, mentoring, and ongoing support to grow their businesses. Lida is currently responsible for implementing all programs to women in small business enterprises and NGOs, including Watershed Cambodia, World Vision, and IDE. With a fervent belief in the power of dreams, self-motivation, and action, her vision is to see all Cambodians realize their full potential. Next, Sneha Kao is a statistics analyst at UN Women, working in the Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women in the Asia Pacific Regional Office. With significant experience in gender statistics, she has contributed to the ASEAN Gender Outlook 2021, the 2019 UNDP Human Development Report, and the UN Women's flagship programming initiative, Making Every Woman and Girl Count. She aims to fulfill her commitment to leave no woman or girl behind through the power of data and science. And last but definitely not least, Nash Tismans serves as the Asia organizer for StreetNet International, a labor union and alliance of street vendors, which advocates for social protection and the rights of informal workers, particularly women among the working poor. As a writer and development practitioner, she has spent 8 years working in government NGOs as well as independently as a researcher in far-flung communities. Now that we're all acquainted with our amazing panelists, let's take a look at the Slido poll before we get started with our panel discussion. So give me 1 second to just bring that up now. So I can see from the results actually that there's a lot of variety in what empowering women looks like to different people. So I think the question was, what's the first thing that you think of when you think of empowering women? And the answers that have come through seem to range from equal pay to women being represented in parliament and making sure that they don't experience discrimination and prejudice. But I think what I'd like to draw people's attention to here is just that this is not, the reality does not look homogeneous, and so the solutions can't be either. There's a diversity of things that affect this issue. It's a very complex issue, and I think the only thing that really draws it together is just that it's equality. It's making sure there's equal opportunity for women in all of these different areas of life in social, economic, and cultural spheres. Now that we've had a look at that, I think I'd like to just get to our first panel question, which is, what does disadvantage look like for women across the ASEAN region? And this question, I think I might direct it first to Lida. Would you like to comment?
Hello everyone from Cambodia. So I'm very honored to speak here, and there is a really interesting question. To me, it looks like ASEAN is specifically zooming into Cambodia. I can see that there's a few main things that I can see the disadvantage of the women across the Cambodia specifically, and also can be representative of ASEAN. I think the most important thing is about like the domestic work in the a lot of women, especially in the remote area in Cambodia, they are spending a lot of time on doing those jobs. That is, they are lost a lot of opportunity. They don't really invest themselves into go outside, making a network, and that is the most important. I think the core issue for them, that they are lose it in terms of like be themselves to create like opportunity for themselves. And the other thing that I can see is about like the education itself also allow the women to stay behind of what they should have in terms of like the dream that they want, the goal that they want, like, and the life balance that they want. So it requires them a lot of things that they are want to be in the X point, but they still in behind. I think that is that I can see like the most important thing that the women can stay behind of that. The other thing that I can notice from what my experience across the country itself is about like, responsible. They think that they are responsible for certain things that it's don't really matter that is just responsible for them, but they just like themselves that they should be a mother, so should be organize the house, kind of like that. And because of that responsible, give them a lot of pressure that they can making a decision or the right thing for them. Yeah. Mhm.
Thanks so much, Lida, for that very insightful response. I think now that we've characterized what this issue looks like to real women and how it affects real women across this region, I think I'd like to draw attention to something that I think most audiences might not consider relevant to women's empowerment. So different women experience disadvantage differently. And this is why it's important to consider how these different layers interact by using an intersectional approach. The data that's available to us on this issue affects how significant we perceive these systematic barriers to be. And chronic underreporting of women's employment activities can create difficulty in understanding these diverse needs that they have. And this brings me to my next question. I'd like to direct this to Sneha first, but how do you think issues in data collection affect the dialogue surrounding women's access to economic opportunities?
Thank you, Mandy. Great question. And yeah, I think this kind of stems from the fact that it kind of sort of goes back to also your first question on what disadvantages look like to women. And within that question, there's an aspect of looking, and it's really like, where are we looking to see the disadvantages, and are we really looking in all directions? So I think I'd request you to pull up one slide so I can maybe make the point that disadvantage affects different groups of women and girls differently in ASEAN. And then maybe we go to the question on issues with data collection, because those are also very pertinent questions. So I think to begin with, I think what disadvantage looks like is really something that we need to go beyond the averages to identify. So basically, all these national surveys and survey instruments are designed to assess national estimates. But like Imandi just said, the group of women and girls is not homogeneous. Not every woman and girl in ASEAN experiences reality the same way. And we often come across comparisons between men and women, but we can't see women as a homogeneous group. And so really looking at averages, but going beyond, because we know that women who are at the crossroads or intersection of multiple identities that have been historically deprived are more likely to experience exacerbated disadvantages. And I really want to bring your attention to the left side of the slide, where the green bars, this is showing you the proportion of births attended by skilled health personnel. So how many women had access to a skilled health personnel, such as a doctor or a nurse who's trained medically to assist them on their delivery. And so if we take the example of Myanmar, which is the first bar, we see that, okay, 60% women had access to a skilled person in Myanmar. But is that the reality of all women and girls in Myanmar? Not really, because if you look at the poorest rural women, which is the dark green bar that you see, the horizontal green marker, you see that not even 40% of the poorest rural women in Myanmar had access to a skilled health person. So if we were to just stop at 60%, we wouldn't really be able to capture the whole picture. And the fact that we're looking at the poorest rural, which is different from the poorest urban, is different from rural, and it's different from poorest. We're really bringing the poorest and the rural, and this sort of intersection really, and the deprivation that the two factors, which is where you're living, your geographical location, as well as the economic standard of your household, they really reinforce each other to create these deep pockets of inequalities for women and girls. So that's what disadvantage looks like to women in ASEAN. But if you turn to the right of the slide now and see that households that use clean fuels for cooking, right? This is something that's coming from at the household level. So you'll see, for example, let's go to the rightmost bar and see Thailand. So we see that about 78% of households use clean fuels, which is great. Households that are using electricity or LPG, good fuels, clean fuels. And we see that nearly all of the urban richest households have access to clean fuels, which you see is the solid orange marker. It says 100, which is like great news for Thailand. all urban richest households have access to clean fuels. But is that reality the same for rural poorest households? Certainly not, because you see that only 32% of the rural poorest households have access to clean fuels. Now, one would think that, okay, this is disadvantage, but is this disadvantage specifically for women in ASEAN? This is what I meant by where we're looking. Even though this data comes from the household level, not everyone in the same household experiences realities in the same way. Say, for example, there are 5 people living in the same household, and this is a poor household. Their experiences within the household, there will be differences between men and women. Because women are primarily responsible for cooking, if they are cooking with unclean fuels, they are most exposed to the fine particulate matter that comes from burning solid fuels like wood, firewood, agricultural crops, etc. They're also responsible for collecting these firewoods. So they will be walking a lot of distance to collect these firewoods. So even though this looks like a household problem, this is actually also a woman's problem in the household. And we certainly cannot ignore that experiences and realities are different for different people based on the identities and the intersection of multiple identities. This brings me to the question on data collection issues and how that really shapes our reality of disadvantage. Because imagine if we were to stop at, oh, this is a household level problem, we would never think of this from a gender lens. And we really certainly need to look at all indicators from a gender lens. We really need to see how is this affecting women and men differently? How is it affecting women belonging to the poorest households and poorest in the rural households and poorest in the rural households belonging to ethnic minorities or religious minorities? So really, this is an intersection of multiple identities, and that really gives us a real true picture. And science is all about going closer to reality. Data is such a powerful tool for us to go closer to reality, but the way we use data and the way we design instruments really makes a difference in how we perceive disadvantage as well. So I'm going to stop here, and if there are any follow-up questions, I'm happy to take.
Thanks so much, Sneha, for that really insightful response and for just contextualizing this issue. I'd like to actually ask Hannah whether she would like to add any further comments on this topic of issues with data collection.
Thank you, Imandi. My experience in the federal government for 22 months is a very brief period. But when I was there, we had to look at many social issues related, very high profile, for example, child marriages, domestic violence cases. And every day when a case is highlighted, the media would be chasing us for a response. And so I was tasked to look at some of the data, and I've noticed that there's a lot of gap or weaknesses in the existing system when it comes to data collection. So for example, up to today, we do not have a national database on single mothers, for example. Every state government is doing their own thing. Everybody is compiling single mothers data on their own effort. And as a result, when you do not have a consolidated data, intervention will be very difficult, and you don't have the real number. And also because this status, they change all the time. So today you're single, in 10 months, maybe you would be married. And so we do not have the real data in that sense to deal with the intervention effectively. The other thing that we looked at data about, for example, rape cases and how they collect data. Usually they just report the incident. And when I want to look at, down to which district, what is the background surrounding that rape case, how does it involve someone they know or they do not know? All this data, when you are asking from different ministries, for example, so I came from the Ministry of Women, and when you're dealing with the Home Ministry, you are dependent on another agency to get those data. There is lapse in time to get those data. And I see a lot of the other panelists nodding their head. I think everybody has that challenge gathering data from different stakeholders and different ministries. The other thing, for example, specific case on baby dumping, we have a lot of baby dumping cases. And, with baby dumping, there is no identity of the mother unless they leave a note behind. So when I'm asking, okay, I want to know if I'm going to do intervention in one particular area, I want to know, what's the race of the baby, for example, because my materials, my awareness materials need to be in the specific language to reach out to these girls. But they do not have data because the baby is left without any note. And so they have to guess all the time, if it's a baby left in front of the mosque, it's very likely a Muslim baby. If it's left in front of a church, it's a Christian baby. But, the baby could be a foreigner. We don't have those data. And so without data, you would never be able to solve the problem effectively. So to me, I think the weakness in finding solutions to marginalized women or group of people is the collection of data. This is the weakest point. And until and unless we find a smart way in gathering data, we will never be able to resolve it effectively.
Thanks so much, Hannah, for that response. I think we will also be returning to that idea of, the need for cooperation between these different stakeholders and how we can best use cooperation to, better use our data and prevent any wastage in that area. Now, for now though, I would like to keep focusing on, what exactly does the situation currently look like for ASEAN in terms of policy frameworks, and then also in terms of the role of other non-government organizations and civil stakeholders. So this brings me to ASEAN states have made significant commitments to improving women's rights in recent decades through their Women, Peace and Security agenda. And there have been marked improvements in access to education, life expectancy, and maternal mortality rates. However, there is still much to be done in creating policy that does respond to these diverse needs of diverse women and making sure we have the data and the statistics in these areas as well, as Hannah and Sneha rightly brought up. So this brings me to my next question. Why is it hard for policy frameworks to meet the needs of marginalized women? And I'd like to direct this first to Nash, if that's okay.
Okay, thanks, Amandi. And thank you all for bringing up issues that I also wanted to bring to the table. And I'm happy you talked about rural women already. So I'd like to focus a bit more on the experience of our sector in the urban areas. So we work with street vendors, and I'd like to answer your question by first connecting it to the earlier question about data. Apart from having this challenge of data collection, what my sector suffers from is really the stigmatization. So whatever data exists points them in a very bad light. You have informal economy workers categorized as having dealing in the shadow economy, etc. And when this is how we look at this particular sector, then it really exposes them to greater risk, because it means that even before you meet or interact with this sector, you already have this preconceived notion of them being criminal, them operating in the shadows. But the reality is they're just invisible, partly because of what Sneha said. If we're not training our eyes to really look at who falls in the cracks when we do our data collection, then we don't see them. And as Hannah said, if you don't see them and you're a policymaker, how do you really respond to the issues? So to answer your question, that's really a big consideration for us. Technically, our sector is considered the missing middle, which is really the technical term. So you can just imagine how it feels like to work in this sector when the experts talk about you like you don't exist, you're not there. And they're the missing middle precisely because most street vendors are self-employed or own account. They're called yeah, they're self-employed. They don't have this employee-employer relationship that sees them as actual workers. So this lack of recognition is also a data point that renders them insignificant when you're making policy about how do we improve labor rights. If they're not workers, they're not even considered having those labor rights. Majority of the people in our sector are women. So StreetNet is a international alliance of over 690,000 members all over the world, across 54 countries, but particularly in our region, a lot of the people who do street vending, and I'm sure you all know this and see this, a lot of them are women. And as Neha also pointed out earlier, and it's confirmed also by Lida in her experience in Cambodia, where we also work, there really is no way to understand the we look at the sector as homogeneous, but even within this sector, there's a diversity of experience. So I think to link that to your question about policy, if you don't know who you're serving, or if you don't know what the issues are, if the data doesn't tell you that, chances are the policy won't match as well, which is why it's important to make every girl or every woman and every person within the areas where we work, we have to make them count. And making them count means we ask, who is left on the wayside? Who are we not looking at? And it's striking if we still consider them invisible, considering that they're everywhere, right? Where do poorer families get their access to supplies? They get it in the markets, and that is where informal economy workers work. But does policy not consider that? And the last point before I hand the mic over is really about representation. In StreetNet, we have a motto that we stand by where we say, it's really nothing for us without us, which means apart from being counted in the data that informs policymakers, we're really pushing for a seat at the table, because you cannot make policy about women without women sitting there, which is why this panel is great. You know, we're talking about women and we're all women. It's great. But imagine this kind of dynamic doesn't get reflected in the halls, in the halls of power where these decisions are made. People are still rendered invisible there. So that's why the policy doesn't always match the reality. So I'll pass the mic back to you, Imandi. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nash. And I really loved the way that you connected this back to, I guess, those issues we, Hannah and Lida were also talking about just then. I think you brought up some very interesting points about the issues that women working in the informal economy face. And that's definitely something that we would like to draw attention to today, I think. 70% of ASEAN's women who are work in the informal economy, and it's very relevant to this discussion. I'd like to ask, directing this to Lida, if you could expand on the role of domestic care burdens as well as a systematic barrier.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you so much. Before I answer the question, I would contribute what Hannah and also Nash just mentioned about like the data wider issue for the government. I truly agree that if we cannot understand what is a real issue, so we cannot solve the real problem it is. And I can see that when I work like around 10 years with this sector, I can see that there gonna be different issue from different women in terms of the location they are staying, in terms of the condition of their family, the wealth of their income, and also the different decision making in their household also. So it means that the different issue gonna be different solution also. So which means that it's really important to be thinking which way that can be collect the effectiveness data. But I know that it's completely complicated like system, you know, that this very, very hard, but I think we all are working on this, and that's why we have discussion today. And if regarding to the what is the child care and domestic is affect to the women and the barrier to the women, let me focus what we work in tree investment itself. In 2015, I and my friend do a lot of like grassroots level and maybe with different community and to understand specifically women in micro business. We just like really focus on small and micro business. What is their real challenges? Yeah. So, and how can we make a difference? How can we create a supporting system for them, the right solution for them? Yeah. And I can say that one of the things that we asking the question why you could not go for the um, again your knowledge why what is stopping you from achieving your dream, what is stopping you from moving forward, what is stopping you from growing your business. So one of the things that I can say like the most important thing is about like child. Child, even though like their family, their husband don't really mention that this is your job, they don't really mention that. We have interview with the men also, and they don't really say no, that is they don't think that is your job, but women itself feeling that your job, yeah. So that is why they are stopping, especially from the first 6 year. I think not just 3 year in Cambodia, the first 6 year until their kid go to school, and then they decide to do something different. Yeah, so it's kind of like 6 year. If you're talking about the connection of the networking, if you talk about the knowledge that she have, it's already gone, and there's also kind of confident, like kind of like that. And the most important thing that she have been talking with her, other thing that you think that's stopping you is about the responsible that is meant like the norm of the Cambodia. I think specifically in the rural area. I think in the city lately, the last few years, it's much better now that everyone know around that, aware around that. Women itself aware of that, and also men itself also aware of that. And it's kind of like they are kind of like education each other, and the kind of like they encouragement each other to be better on that. But there's a lot of things because that is very long, like the norm that we have like 100 years, and it's really hard in terms of to be a positive change in terms of some of area. I'm not saying that all is not good. I'm not saying that, but some of the area we need to be much more aware of that, and how can we bring the women to be um, involved with the economic, involved with the formal economic. Like in Cambodia, you see the statistic that I just like look at from the UNSA, USAID have been shown that women have only 7% of contribute to the whole economic as a whole, the formal economic, which means that very small and the big gap in there. So which means that there's a lot of work, both like non-formal sector and also the government sector need to work together in order to solve that solution. And I can see that one of the part of she role to solve that problem also. Yeah. I please hand to Madis. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Leda, for expanding on the role of all of these other social and cultural factors that we need to talk about. Yeah, I think they're definitely very relevant to this discussion as well. Now, I was wondering if on the topic of, I guess, unpaid domestic work and I guess those domestic care burdens that we were just talking about, I was wondering if Hannah would like to add any insights. I remember she had some interesting views on this as well.
If I may just comment on this informal sector and also the burden of care on women, especially in a time of pandemic. So I just want to show you briefly, like in a timeline, if we are looking at current situation when COVID has already hit so many countries, right? The access to education for girls, when they don't have money to buy a gadget, they would not be able to follow online lessons. And as a result, attendance would be affected. Many of them using the free time. They would then be involved in a lot of other social problems, and unplanned teenage pregnancy will increase, and we are looking at child marriages as a problem. And then moving along, once they are married, and they become a mother, they do not have access to childcare. So many of them, despite having an education, many people would stop working. And so we are looking at, how can we send them back into the workplace? But creating childcare, the entire childcare industry is seen as housekeeping, babysitting. And as a result, government keeps spending money on training, but they keep losing this manpower that they train, because this manpower end up becoming nannies and eventually becoming a mother on their own. And they would also then quit the childcare industry. So we are forever looking at equipping this group, but this group would continue to dwindle because of the lack of support given to them. And then we move along when they have to look after their elderly parents, because for issues regarding women, a lot of them are, we talk about this topic, intersectional identities. It's always a cross between social stigma and cultural expectations. And so women are expected to quit their jobs, either to look after children or to look after their parents, because the other siblings, the male, they are not going to quit their job to look after their parents. So they expect the sisters to take on that role. And so when you are looking at the timeline of a girl, a woman, these are all the barriers that will hinder them from really achieving or fulfilling their destiny as a girl and woman. So I can only comment that, when you're looking at all this, you have to identify the barriers, which all of us have identified, and now, closing those gaps. And I really feel that COVID, even though it has made the situation worse, but if we look at the positive side, it has forced many people to allow flexi working hours and working from home. And that is slowly being established as the new norm in Malaysia, in my country. And so it has accelerated, I think, that expectations on employers, because it's forced upon them to allow women to work from home. And as a result, I hope that when the new data is published post-COVID, we will be able to see, women staying in the workforce because of this new flexibility that has been forced upon us.
Thanks so much, Hannah, for that really insightful response. I really loved that timeline and that evocative illustration of these different challenges that affect a woman in different stages of their lives. Now, you touched on the impact of COVID-19 as well in amplifying some of these systematic barriers. And I think we've definitely seen that the effects of the pandemic have been disproportionate in the way they affect different groups of women. They don't affect all women in the same way. And I'd just like to ask for my next question. So how has COVID interacted with these issues, and how has it affected how reform impacts different groups of women? And I'd like to direct this to Sneha first, if that's okay.
Yeah, so I think this is something that we see in the times of crisis in general, COVID-19 being one of them, but we also see this in the face of conflicts and in the face of natural disasters. These events exacerbate the underlying inequalities between different groups. Gender-based inequalities seem to exacerbate. Why does that happen? There are structural barriers and social forces that shape experiences and realities of people, right? So for example, if women lack access to resources such as having a financial service or having a bank account or having the right to inherit property or having a stable formal employment, having all these measures prevents them from the negative impacts of a disaster or a pandemic. And these are like, this is like a cushion, right? These are all social protection measures for them. But when we see women overrepresented in the informal economy, So for example, when you mentioned about them being street vendors, they're disproportionately overrepresented. They don't have an employer who pays for their health insurance. They don't have an employer who's going to give them a pension. Their jobs aren't secure. They're more likely to then face heightened risk. They may not even have financial services at their disposal. They may not have banks to give them loans. All of these are going to perhaps basically like expose them to the risk of the pandemic and make it difficult for them to cope. And this is exactly what we're seeing in ASEAN or in other parts of the world as well. Women are losing their jobs during the pandemic. This is what we've seen. Millions of women have lost their jobs and they may not be able to recover from the effects of the pandemic. Certainly because they were overrepresented in economies that did not take care or they did not protect them socially. Similarly, like within the household, when, for example, we have a measure of how many households have access to internet services or how many households have a registered mobile phone. This is again data coming from the household level. And this is interesting again from the way we construct data collection instruments. We collect data sometimes from the household head, who happen to mostly be males in patriarchal societies. They are then used as proxy respondents for women. And we see that those answers are very different. Now, for example, when women don't have access to, or they are not the primary owners of a mobile phone, do they have access to information on COVID-19 firsthand? Or do they get this information from their partners? Or do they get this information at all? Similarly, in the face of flooding, for example, or disasters, when they don't have access to internet in the first go, do they get access to information which is going to say, this is the emergency protocol, this is what you should sort of take up? It's not, because basically they are already at a heightened risk because they don't have access to certain resources. And COVID-19 is just one example that has exacerbated these inequalities, exposed these cracks that there are, that we would not see if we keep collecting data at national levels. So yeah, I think I almost forget what your question was. This is what happens, right? This is precisely what happens. But yeah, I think we were talking about care burden, right? So women are having, of course, to take up work also for the sick in the household. It's not just children anymore. It's also the sick patients in the household. Women are also the primary health care carers also in the formal economies. For example, we see women disproportionately represented as nurses. So they are really at the forefront of the fight of COVID-19. And so that also puts them at a heightened risk of contracting the disease. But what do we see that represented in leadership roles? We did this analysis in ASEAN, and we saw that over 60% of women who are engaged in employment, nearly 60% of them are engaged in human health related activities. But how many women leaders or health ministers do we have in ASEAN? These are gaps. These are gaps that we need to talk about. We have women playing important roles, but when it comes to taking decisions and leadership and visibility, we don't have them.
Thanks so much.
I don't know if this answers the question.
No, it definitely did. I think we were just talking about the impacts of COVID-19 as well. And thanks so much for explaining that, contextualizing that for our audiences. I think you touched on a lot of key issues that are important for us all to be discussing. And I think now that we've explored the issues in these current frameworks and the gaps that we have that we need to address, I think it might be a good idea to move on to considering how can we make better policy frameworks? How can we address these issues? And that brings me to my next question of how do you think we can make policy frameworks in this area more inclusive? And I think I might address this first to Lida, if she would like to comment.
Okay, that is a really important question. Okay, so if you look at in this to make, for example, like I just like want to address with what the impact of the COVID-19 a little bit into making this to my suggestion maybe more make sense. Um, uh, talk from my experience in women SME in Cambodia. So impact of the COVID-19 is like gives women overwhelming and really bad well-being. Um, one is about some of them they are lost a job, but they gain more work at home because like all the children home and like the parent home, they all come together and the responsibility again to be big responsibility for them. One, they are behind of the technology. So a lot of information that require them to be digitally. Yeah. So it like make them feel like very bad, like overwhelming on those technology, how what is going on now. Yeah, and they feel really bad about themselves. So some of the women they are still working, but they are at more job again. So which means that the pressure from the workplace, the change, the environment, flexibility of that, and make them feel pressure a lot. And I can say that as a mentor and a coach in Cambodia, there's a lot of women approach me just talking around the emotional, that personal thing. It's not about like business at all right now, just like about myself. So it's really important. And it's not healthy if we keep doing like that. And this is just one example what happened in the world and also in Cambodia. Yeah. So I think to make this opportunity and like a policy law well, I think they're considering that when we as I'm a woman and a lot of women that I met that we are agree that the burden care is very important one. Yeah. And make them lose the job, make them lose their confidence, cannot find what they want in their lives because they are in the early age of them, they are lose that opportunity. So to me, I think if we create how can we create a policy that every woman can join with the economic? What is the important thing? How can we make sure that they have a system of the care, especially for child care? Yeah, that's what I mean. And one solution that we did is she investment. Every training, women can bring their child, something one, something two, and we create a space. They have a team. They take care of their kids during the learning, or they can give the pressing, pressing meal. Yeah. So for the child, at while they are training, and we are exclusive to them. That's very give them a very special that there's nothing stop them to come to work, and we found that it's really effective, and there's confidence, and they're very smart, and they believe in themselves. They just change a little bit of the way that we work as a normal. And we know that when they bring the child, maybe not the quality as much as we want, but that is work based because we want everyone include and something to consider. And I think the government system, also education as a whole, what you're gonna see this as a problem and to accept that, and everyone can create that policy in the government level and national level and the company level and also the castle level also. And there is a lot of things to discuss how to make it happen because that is not easy one. Everyone dream about that, talk about that, but never make it happen. So but start from small first. Maybe like she just like make it and we did it now, and yeah, it been very very well for that. Yeah, that is suggestion that I can say I think equip a women with all the need and resources that they want is really important to catch up the opportunity, which means that I can say that the opportunity there will not discriminate them, but how we equip them to ready for that opportunity. How can they see the opportunity? Come up again with how we can make us tailor the program or the system or education system, whatever, both the government and also the company or organization, how can we tailor it specifically with different area of the women? Again, the different women in different issue, different location and different sector that they stay, it's different issue. For example, like the women that I work with in MSME, they have a common different issue. So the way that we do it, we really capture what is that issue and we make it by that we tailor it. We not choose like, oh, this is the best program in USA or this is the best program in English. It's not gonna work. You need to tailor it. You need to make it smarter. Involve them in the process. Involve them what they really want, and really listen and trust them. They are an expert of their area. This is really important, and I believe that when we can do this, it 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 can equip them a lot of way. It's not one, for example, like if you work around the what they call media, also you need to think about what the language that you might take to them also. So I can say like the media is very important to education all the women, but you need to choose the right language and which women, which the group of the women that you want to talk to. So this is the key thing that I really think. Yeah.
I might just cut you off there, but thanks so much for that really insightful response. I think it's really important to make sure that women do have those social protections as well that we were talking about. Does back to those issues with, I guess, access to information, education, and like being financially and legally literate. I think they're all related. I think just so that we do have time to kind of consider the role of, I guess, other actors as well, I'd like to turn everyone's attention to what we consider the role of non-government organizations to be. I know leaders talked a bit about the role of she investments as well, but on this, I'd like to direct the question to Nash to talk about the role of civil actors in reform and in filling these gaps.
It's a perfect question to ask Mandy because it links directly to what Lida's been talking about. And I've been fervently nodding as Lida explains, and because I feel like the experience that she brings to the table accurately shows the experience of the women in our sector. And as she does that, I think to answer your question, you see that people in the position of home-based work, for example, and here maybe I can clarify, when we talk about informal economy workers, at least for us, in StreetNet, we talk about street vendors, but other informal work includes domestic work, includes waste picking, it includes being home-based workers. So just so you understand who we're talking about. And what Lida demonstrated is really the kind of agency that a lot of these women leaders have, and they show. So in our organizations, you can see that to respond to COVID, the first responder actually was the organizations themselves. The street vendors themselves responded to their own problems. It was not state, it was not anyone else. And we often commend that in civil society spaces. We're like, yes, that's agency, that's great. But what I worry about, and connected to your question, is really the dynamic of power and responsibility. Because on the one hand, yes, we are proud that Lida and her and the home-based workers that she works with, they can come up with solutions like bringing their children to work with them because they don't have the adequate childcare. And we feature them and we say, look, they're helping themselves. But whose responsibility is it really, right? And as Hannah pointed out earlier, there's this industry of housekeeping, this industry of nannies, and my view is that we view this as an industry of childcare, but we don't view it as a right, you know. And it is a right. We should, because as you demonstrated a while ago, this life cycle of women corresponds also with the life cycle when we talk about social protection. And the whole issue with social protection is how do we fund the right policies, the right approaches, so that you protect women in the whole course of their lives, right? So definitely maternity, all of that social protection when you have children is a huge thing. But I don't think that conversation should be just spoken of by civil society and by actors on the ground. It is a grassroots reality, but in actuality, the people who have the capacity to really respond are state actors, in cooperation again with the people themselves who are affected. Because as Lida rightly says, they are experts of their own experience, and I think I want to also just comment a bit on the experience of COVID. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Hannah who mentioned that, COVID shows you what's possible. Apparently, we've been going to the offices for years and years, but apparently it's possible to do this remote home-based work. Apparently it's possible for us to come together in conferences like this without having to fly all over the world, right? And that is, for me, that is the importance of this COVID moment. We have to see it as an opportunity and as a moment to seize these kinds of changes that we want to see happen, right? And that only happens if, number one, we're aware that this is the moment to do the changes. And this is the perfect moment because, again, you have no choice but to adapt, right, to the current realities. And also, apart from it being the perfect moment, when we work in the informal economy, our goal is not to keep people in informal situations. We don't want to support precarity. The whole point is that we're trying to transition them from informal work to formal work. But how does that happen in the context of COVID, where street vendors don't even have access to health care? So just briefly to illustrate, there was a before and after scenario for street vendors. Before the pandemic, there was already stigma. They already had this lack of recognition, lack of representation in spaces where they could negotiate for their rights. And then suddenly when COVID happened, they didn't even have the right to work. And you also have to realize that all over the world, street vending is considered illegal, except I think for India now, where our affiliates have really fought for this kind of law that allows them to have this right to public space. So when you don't have the right to work or the right to public space, you can just imagine what COVID does. And what did we all hear last year when COVID was at its height? Stay home. How do you stay home if you have to work in the street, right? So essentially what happened to them was they were rendered essential workers because they had to go and provide work that gave food security to communities. But while they were doing this essential work, they were not considered essential. So they didn't get the health, they weren't cared for the way that they should have been cared for. And so what this illustrates, and again, what this COVID moment is about, is really where are our priorities? That's really the question I have for this moment. How do we prioritize? And back to what Sneha pointed out earlier, where do we look? Because where you look and what you consider important also shapes what gets done. So where do we look? Who is involved? Are the people who know of their experience, who have the expertise, are they really in the table, or are we speaking on behalf of them? Which is strange, because I am not a street vendor myself, I represent the sector, but the data comes from the people. So it's this dynamic that we really have to pay attention to. And I guess to answer your question, I'm trying not to answer your question directly, because I feel that I don't also want to prioritize the role of NGOs. I think in the Philippines we have very progressive NGOs, but what we're seeing now is no matter how progressive your NGOs are, if there's no cooperation, if we don't engage with policymakers, if we don't engage at multiple levels, at street level, for example, or in the local councils, in the halls of the legislative and higher up, if we don't engage in that, then what are we really going to get done, right? And it's not about being hostile to states, but really about expressing to them the limits of what we can do within our work as well. So it's a, yeah, so okay, I will stop here because I'm getting excited and this is great. So yeah, so it's not just about NGOs, and I don't know, Hannah, maybe you want to comment
Yeah.
on that as well.
Yeah, Imandi, if I may add on to what Nash has just said, I speak on behalf of the policy lawmakers, and there is a need to be able to acknowledge the role of NGOs. When you are talking about marginalized groups, you have to acknowledge the fact that marginalized groups are unlikely to reach mainstream responders. For example, in the area of domestic violence, a mother who is being beaten up is unlikely to pick up the phone and call the police because they are afraid, they don't trust the authorities, they are concerned about their children's welfare, and so they are likely to run to a women's shelter, or they trust the grassroots NGOs more. And so when you come to framing policies and talking about collection of data, it's very important for policy lawmakers to establish national committees that include NGOs in a significant way. So during our 22 months in government, we set up, a roadmap to abolish child marriage in 5 years. And, in the formation of that roadmap, we had to engage NGOs to find out the factors causing child marriage is not only given by the police, but given by the NGOs as well. Because lawmakers are unlikely, or the authorities are not going to acknowledge the weakness of their laws, of the gaps that they have within their system. So you have to be able to include them in. The other one is on National Committee to fight domestic violence, and you must set this up at the district level, at the state level, at the national level, to ensure that there is a systematic way, monthly collection of data, to make sure that your data goes out to people who are effecting awareness programs and intervention effectively. Now, there is also a third body, I think, that plays a very important role, and that is institutions like United Nations, UNDP, World Bank, UNICEF, because they have the resources to conduct research, to have and to present their findings. These are credible bodies, so when they speak, it's a lot louder. And the government cannot shut them away because their data is seen as credible data. So in this fight to protect marginalized group, you really need to be able to work together. And for us to work together, it's very important to identify allies. Find that particular lawmaker that is brave enough, that is loud enough, and that is persistent enough to drive that point home all the time. And then find the activists that will not give up, protesting or writing open letters. These loud allies must be able to come together. Unfortunately, if these allies see each other as competitor, then nothing is going to be done. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hannah, for also emphasizing the importance of cooperation between all these different stakeholders so that we can all, I guess, pull these resources together to get the best outcomes for these vulnerable women. I think that might bring us to the end of the panel discussion. And now we might turn to some of the questions that are being submitted by the audience to see if we can answer their questions as well. So feel free to send those through now. But first, I'd like to ask this question that's come through on whether the struggles that are faced by women, are they underrepresented in popular media? I thought that was an interesting stakeholder to consider as well, that we haven't really talked about it today. So do you think the struggles faced by women are underrepresented in popular media in ASEAN nations? And does this cause further difficulties? Now, I might ask maybe Sneha whether she might like to respond.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I'm not sure if I'm the best person for it. But I know that increasingly UN Women has sort of collaborated with social media personnel. We recognize social media as a powerful tool in today's times, and the endeavor is to collaborate with them, to collaborate with upcoming activists and social influencers also, because they play a powerful role in today's time, influencing people. And so a lot of the 16-day activism of UN Women, which is about raising awareness on domestic violence and violence against women, is also so largely driven by these actors who are certainly very important. So I think that's happening. The collaboration is being recognized because these media platforms now have so much more power. I mean, of course, there's like different ways of disseminating information depending on who the stakeholder is. So, for example, that's, I guess, also connects to sort of the fact that the national statistical offices in every country are the main body that would collect data. It's the census data or just more timely 5-yearly data, etc. also. And they would disseminate this based on, like, in terms of the reports or databases. But are the general audience is ever going to come to those databases and really read those reports? That's also why we need to sort of tailor make the way that we disseminate information. And so social media is one platform, and using infographics and using smaller graphs and, you know, having data stories or having people speak about their own experiences, etc. Depending on what platform it is, I think it's there is a space for disseminating information in a different way. And certainly social media is a powerful tool, and I think that's definitely upcoming.
Thanks so much, Sneha, for that really insightful response. I think now another interesting question that's coming in is, how can we give vulnerable and marginalized women more agency? I think we've touched on this many times throughout this panel in talking about how we can provide women with better social protection and all of these barriers that prevent them from, that I guess help them protect themselves as well. But how, so explicitly, how can we give vulnerable women more agency? I'd like to direct this question to Nash first.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and I think I just want to correct the question a bit. We cannot give people agency. Agency is something you have inherently. So that's why it's important that we recognize that they have agency. So it's not something we give, but it's something we see, we look at, we honor. And just, I just want to relate what Sneha talked about in the previous question, and also make a call to ASEAN as well, because I noticed that in our discussion, we really talk about women's issues like bound by our nations, bound by what laws or what norms exist nationally, and what happens there, like for instance with women's issues around abuse. If we don't recognize this as an issue that is cross-cutting and that happens across the region, then the tendency of the state is to think about it as just a domestic issue. And when it becomes a domestic issue, even the way you respond to the issue is not as urgent. It's not just a domestic issue, it's also seen, abuse of women, especially in the households, is just seen as a household issue. So to me, the media does have a very important role in creating that consciousness, that awareness. But bodies like the ASEAN, we have to go back, I guess, to the history of the ASEAN itself and really understand, you know, how did it come to be formed? What are the aims, and what kind of future do we see for it? Because again, there is a limit to the bottom-up work that you do. It needs to be both. We need to do the bottom-up work, but it has to be met by this top-down response as well. And we have to meet in the middle, and that middle is where you really have people included. So when you meet in the middle, that's when you recognize people's agency and you tell them, okay, sit at the table, tell us what is best for you and tell us how to respond better to things that you experience. So yeah, I hope that answers.
Thanks so much.
Imandi, yeah, sorry, if I can add to what Nash has said, combining
Yes,
the
of
first
course.
question and the second question. Again, from a policy lawmaker's point of view, we have seen a lot of mistakes made at press conferences, leading to horrible, horrible headlines, things that potentially could go wrong in the reporting of these issues. And so my advice, I think, is to ensure that when you are doing a press conference on issues related to women, you never assume that the journalist who is present understands the issue. So you really need time to explain the background to those issues, ensuring that they know the background story before writing those headlines. So the danger in just giving them a press statement is that they will try to sensationalize it, and at the end of the day, you're going to lose the core issues being highlighted to the media. So in reporting a child marriage, they are likely to report, how the girl fell in love with the man, instead of reporting on the data, because they have to ensure that my news report is different from the other media. And so you always have to direct and guide them on the right angle. Otherwise, if you just send them a media statement, it's likely to go wrong. The other thing is, how can you create urgency or priority in highlighting these issues? You really have to enhance data collection. If there is a lack of data, people will think that it's not a serious problem. But if the media plays their role correctly, and if they sell out at a headline that says 1 in 2 children is being violated during the lockdown, you are going to get everybody jumping, opposition and government. So the right headline needs to be out there if you want to tackle issues concerning the marginalized group. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hannah. And thank you for that example as well of how this occurs in practice, I guess, of like reporting on child marriage. I think just to bring up one last question before we finish. So one of our audience members has asked, how can intersectional identities be considered to prove more equitable opportunities? And what does this look like in practical terms? Now, I think it's quite a broad question, but just to contextualize what this does look like in practical terms, I think it might be a good one to end with. So I'd like to address this first, maybe to Lida, if she can comment.
Okay. Again, can you give question again? Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, of course. So, how does considering intersectionality and intersectional identities, how does this provide more equitable opportunities for all women?
It's quite common question, and also the hard question. Yeah. So again, maybe I already mentioned it before, like how we can make sure that equal. It's quite hard to measure it. How it's equal is we call like different women need different things, and maybe a different family that different things, and yeah, and the background itself and where they live and everything is like all like very diverse, and it's quite hard to how to say like it's equal opportunity. So what I can say is like in general term that I talk from my experience, I think whatever we design, either the project that we design or the training that we design or the idea that we design, I think need to put in perspective of like if we want to involve with the women, so we need to understand like what is the key barrier of the women in the whole journey of the women. I think that Hannah raised for that. Like first of all, like what is age, what is her men issue, what is age, what is her men issue. So it's kind of like putting that as a taboo discussion and put into design to make sure that we address and tailor with specific with specific activity that make them included. And so it's like that they feel like this opportunity is open for them. It's not feel like, oh, you said that it's opportunity for me, but actually it's not because I'm not ready for that. Kind of like that, like we try to make it like, okay, we involve everyone, we want you to apply it, we encourage you. But how can I do it if it feel like it's not me, it's not what in my context. So it's really hard. So yeah, so for me, I can't discuss about that, but to make it more practical, based on she investment did, and also work with a stakeholder in Cambodia that play very important role in ecosystem. So that is some comment that I want to suggest to make that equal. Just understand that, address that the whole journey of that, and specific the group target, and try to listen to them. Respect that they are expert in their area. You really listen that. You not stick to what you already have the best practice in different spaces, and to apply it in certain group that you work with. Okay, that is my
Thanks so much, Lida, for that really insightful response. I think you brought up some very important points. And I think that might be all the time we have today for this Q&A. But yeah, I think that we've talked about some really key issues on today. And thanks so much to all of our panelists for putting their time and giving the support for this event and coming today. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the UNSW ASEAN Conference 2021 has been an amazing experience for everyone. My name is Arthur Wei, the current Information Technology Director and Team Lead of the IT team for UNSW ASEAN Society 2021. Coming up next is Network Session 4, which will commence at 4:50 p.m. Sydney time. It will be 45 minutes long. Simply click on the networking lounge to join. Our amazing network partners we feature in this session includes Mr. Kumar, Country President at ASEAN, Singapore, Mr. Ten Xiaoming, Chief Risk Officer for PwC, Malaysia, Ms. Julia Armone Marsan, Director of Strategy and Partnership of ERIA, Ms. Jennifer Min, Innovation Hub Director for ASEAN Australia Strategic Youth Partnership, Mr. Makun Nariyamanti, General Manager for ASEAN Australia Trade and Investment Commission, Mr. Gil Gonzalez, Executive Director of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. During the networking session, you will get the opportunity to meet, chat, and personally connect with our network partners. You will also have the opportunity to meet with other participants of the event at the casual networking tables, providing everyone with an opportunity for networking in a more casual and relaxed environment. This will also be a great opportunity for you to meet some of the other members of the organizing committee. Look forward to meeting you there and hope you will have a great time. Thank you very much.
Economics is a social science. It's interested in explaining human behavior. So at the micro level, we are interested in understanding why people make decisions. Why do they spend the money they do on the goods and services that they do? We're also interested in macroeconomic behavior, which is measured by aggregates like unemployment or the exchange rate. So we want to know why those aggregates move in the directions that they do.
When you're studying economics, you actually get to blend a lot of writing skills, math skills and analytics skills all together.
You're really trying to predict human behaviour in a financial setting, and I find that really interesting because it's sort of like a problem that you don't normally put yourself in.
I started studying macroeconomics and something really started to speak to me, and it felt like a click just happened, and it was just awesome. I started to really connect with the tutor and professors and started to interact, which was something that was a bit new for me before. I used to be the one who sat up the back of the classroom, and I'm totally happy to admit that.
As a first year, you spend a lot of time doing your tutorials in the place, which are really large rooms designed for group interaction. So you find that you are more inclined to work as a group to solve problems together, trying to use the theory that you've learnt in class in a more practical sense.
So in economics, you'll learn about some really big ideas that founded the discipline and that continue to define it. These are all ideas that are relevant to understanding decision-making and understanding how to build society.
My job now lets me work really closely with clients and build relationships and, become trusted advisors to them, but also actually back that up with really hardcore research and analytics underneath that.
I really like the idea that in economics you try to make things as efficient as possible. So I'm inclined to try and get myself into a consulting firm at the end of my degree.
To study at a school when you're really studying with the best and brightest young business minds in the country, you really get to understand a really dynamic and ever-changing kind of subject matter area, which is great. It's contemporary and you can really bring yourself to the table.
When I say accountancy, you think of the numbers, but it's much more than that. To change things for the better, drive prosperity and create opportunity. Who can make the numbers do all that? We're leaders. ACCA accountants understand teamwork and know how to maximise opportunities. We're essential partners in getting businesses to achieve their goals. We're communicators, able to imagine and inspire. If all the world's a stage, you must be able to speak on it. We're pioneers who test boundaries and push frontiers. We challenge people to think ahead and make ethical choices. We love sustainable solutions to today's problems. The future is ours to protect and nurture. We're digital. We harness the power of technology to innovate and push boundaries and be a positive force for good. We're artists, applying original solutions to real-world problems. When misfortune strikes, it's not just money that's needed to rebuild, but an energetic mind and original voice to overcome the odds. We're ambitious. Our accountants know no boundaries and harness the power of diverse cultures to seek out international opportunities. Accounting is the global language of business, and being fluent can take you anywhere. So when I say accountancy, sure, think of the numbers. The number of lives changed, systems improved, business successes, environments saved. Studying to become an ACCA finance professional means to future-proof your passions, your skills, your life for the opportunities of a brighter tomorrow.
You're the person the world needs. Life is changing and the future is uncertain. You may not know how or why yet, but you know you're here to make a difference. You're not waiting for the universe to give you the answers. You're finding them for yourself. Challenging echoes with evidence. Few people have great ideas. Even fewer make them happen. It takes a dreamer, an explorer, a researcher, a leader, a thinker. It takes someone like you.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. From the north to the south, from northeast to west, from world-famous beaches to untouched islands, from time to time, from place to place. From the ocean up to the sky, from color to color, from street to rooftop, from hot to cold, from city to nature, from traditional to festival, from dusk till dawn, around the clock, around the country. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again. Once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Lao People's Democratic Republic, the jewel of the Mekong, is rich in culture and traditions and has one of the most pristine and charming environments in Southeast Asia. Occupying the longest stretch of the Mekong River, the peaceful country of 7 million people is endowed with natural resources and the uniquely preserved lifestyles of 148 ethnic tribes. Vientiane became the capital in 1563 and was the administrative capital during the French colonization, and is now the country's economic center. The friendly capital city, situated on the bend of the Mekong River, is home to many temples and Buddhist monuments, some of which include Phra That Luang, one of the most famous and important national culture monuments, was initially established in the 3rd century by Buddhist missionaries sent by Emperor Ashoka, and is believed to contain a holy relic of Buddha. When King Setthathirath moved his capital from Luang Prabang to Vientiane, he ordered the construction of the Grand Stupa, which stands 45 meters high and is surrounded by 30 small stupas. Since the stupa has undergone several reconstructions due to foreign invasions, the architecture of the building includes many references to Lao culture and identity, with the 3 levels of the monument reflecting part of the Buddhist doctrine. Each year on full moon during the 12th month of the lunar calendar, November, Lao people come from all over the country to celebrate That Luang festival. Ha Prakeo, originally a temple built by King Setthathirath to house the Emerald Buddha image, is now a museum of ancient Buddhist images. Sitting across the street from Ha Prakeo is Wat Sisaket, a temple built in 1818 by King Anuvong in the Siamese style of Buddhist architecture. The temple features a cloister wall with more than 2,000 ceramic and silver Buddha images. Hattusai Monument is a prominent landmark in Vientiane that began construction in 1957 and was completed in 1968. Inspired by the architecture of the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, the design incorporates Lao Kinari motifs of a mythical bird woman. Visitors can climb to the top of the monument that reveals an exceptional panoramic view of the city. Champasak Province, the former capital of the Kingdom of Champasak, is the southwestern province bordering Thailand and Cambodia, with its capital city, Pak Se, being one of Laos' 3 largest economic centers. At a small town of Champasak is the Khmer ruin of Wat Pu temple site, with temples from the 5th century, but the surviving structures date to the 11th to 13th centuries. The unique structure of the temples has elements that lead to a shrine where Linga was bathed in water from a mountain spring. Initially associated with Satapura and later superseded by the Angkorian period, the temple is now worshipped by Theravada Buddhists and is listed as one of UNESCO's World Heritage Sites in 2001. Dong Kong is the main island of the Sipan Don, the 4,000 Islands, a riverine archipelago located on the Mekong River in the Kong District, Champasak Province. A growing tourist destination, the island is known for its natural beauty and simple lifestyle of the locals. From Dong Kong, visitors can take longtail boats to nearby islands Don Det and Dong Kan, where it is easier to view the Kon Papen waterfall. Kon Papeng Falls is the biggest waterfall in Southeast Asia, is home to the Mekong giant catfish, which is said to be the largest freshwater fish in the world. The picturesque succession of rapids stretch about 10 kilometers of the river's length, and it is known to be the prime reason why the Mekong River is not fully navigable into China because of thousands of islands in the archipelago. Vang Vieng is a tourism-oriented town along the Nam Song River, located about 4 hours north from Vientiane and about 8 hours south of Luang Prabang. Surrounded by the town is the most notable feature of the marvelous limestone karst hill landscape. Attractions of the town include inner tubing, kayaking, rope swinging, zip lining, trekking, and rock climbing. There are numerous caves in the area, and just a short walk from town are many ethnic Lao, Khmu, and Hmong villages. Siêng Khoang Province borders Vietnam in northeastern Laos and is home to 5 different ethnic groups, where there are traditional houses, dresses, beliefs, and rituals are part of the cultural heritage of Laos. It is a vast and beautiful province that has endured monumental, historic events. While the province is known for the Plain of Jars, the natural beauty of the province is waiting to be discovered. Siêng Khoang has a pleasant climate all year round with warm or hot days and cold nights, and a landscape characterized by the highest mountains in the country, Mount Phu Bia. Its pine forest deciduous woodland, rolling hills, and grassland. Nong Het and Pasai district in particular offers stunning karst scenery with plenty of caves, cliffs, underground rivers, and waterfalls. Visiting the area is very beautiful during the peach and orchid tree blossom in February. The Plain of Jars is a megalithic archaeological landscape that scatters over 90 sites in Siang Quang province, with the biggest cluster near the capital city, Ponsavang. Each site ranges from 1 up to 400 stone jars. The jars vary in height and diameter between 1 and 3 meters and are all hewn out of rock. Research shows that these large stone jars are associated with prehistoric burial practices that date back to the Iron Age in 500 BCE to 500 CE, making it one of the most fascinating and important sites for studying Southeast Asian prehistory. Among the many Lao stories and legends told there was once a race of giants who inhabited the area. They were ruled by a king called Kun Cheong, who fought a long and eventually victorious battle against his enemy. To celebrate his victory, he evidently created the jars to brew and store huge amounts of Lao rice wine. Luang Prabang, former capital of the Lan Sang Kingdom, is well known for its fine Lao cuisine, soft-spoken accents, fine arts, as well as numerous Buddhist temples and monasteries. Every morning, hundreds of monks from temples around town walk through streets collecting alms. Luang Prabang also has notable natural and historic sites. Among the natural tourism sites are the Quang Si Falls, Tat Se Falls, and Pak U Caves. Among the most well-known historical sites are the Ha Kam Royal Palace Museum and the Wat Sian Tong Temple. Along with the many ancient charming temples is the old town's appeal of the many French provincial-style houses, as well as traditional Lana architecture that adds to the town's charm. Lao people are proud that Luang Prabang has been made a UNESCO World Heritage Town.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the UNSW ASEAN Conference 2021 has been an amazing experience for everyone. My name is Arthur Wei, the current Information Technology Director and Team Lead of the IT team for UNSW ASEAN Society 2021. Coming up next is Network Session 4, which will commence at 4:50 p.m. Sydney time. It will be 45 minutes long. Simply click on the networking lounge to join. Our amazing network partners we feature in this session includes Mr. Gubera Kumar, Country President at ASEAN Singapore, Mr. Ten Xiaoming, Chief Risk Officer for PwC Malaysia, Ms. Julia Almone Marsan, Director of Strategy and Partnership of ERIA, Ms. Jennifer Min, Innovation Hub Director for ASEAN Australia Strategic Youth Partnership, Mr. Makun Nariyamanti, General Manager for ASEAN Australia Trade and Investment Commission, Mr. Gil Gonzalez, Executive Director of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. During the networking session, you will get the opportunity to meet, chat, and personally connect with our network partners. You will also have the opportunity to meet with other participants of the event at the casual networking tables, providing everyone with an opportunity for networking in a more casual and relaxed environment. This will also be a great opportunity for you to meet some of the other members of the organizing committee. Look forward to meeting you there and hope you will have a great time. Thank you very much.
Economics is a social science. It's interested in explaining human behavior. So at the micro level, we are interested in understanding why people make decisions. Why do they spend the money they do on the goods and services that they do? We're also interested in macroeconomic behavior, which is measured by aggregates like unemployment or the exchange rate. So we want to know why those aggregates move in the directions that they do.
When you're studying economics, you actually get to blend a lot of writing skills, math skills and analytics skills all together.
You're really trying to predict human behaviour in a financial setting, and I find that really interesting because it's sort of like a problem that you don't normally put yourself in.
I started studying macroeconomics and something really started to speak to me, and it felt like a click just happened, and it was just awesome. I started to really connect with the tutor and professors and started to interact, which was something that was a bit new for me before. I used to be the one who sat up the back of the classroom, and I'm totally happy to admit that.
As a first year, you spend a lot of time doing your tutorials in the place, which are really large rooms designed for group interaction. So you find that you are more inclined to work as a group to solve problems together, trying to use the theory that you've learnt in class in a more practical sense.
So in economics, you'll learn about some really big ideas that founded the discipline and that continue to define it. These are all ideas that are relevant to understanding decision-making and understanding how to build society.
My job now lets me work really closely with clients and build relationships and, become trusted advisors to them, but also actually back that up with really hardcore research and analytics underneath that.
I really like the idea that in economics you try to make things as efficient as possible. So I'm inclined to try and get myself into a consulting firm at the end of my degree.
To study at a school when you're really studying with the best and brightest young business minds in the country, you really get to understand a really dynamic and ever-changing kind of subject matter area, which is great. It's contemporary and you can really bring yourself to the table.
When I say accountancy, you think of the numbers, but it's much more than that. To change things for the better, drive prosperity and create opportunity. Who can make the numbers do all that? We're leaders. ACCA accountants understand teamwork and know how to maximise opportunities. We're essential partners in getting businesses to achieve their goals. We're communicators, able to imagine and inspire. If all the world's a stage, you must be able to speak on it. We're pioneers who test boundaries and push frontiers. We challenge people to think ahead and make ethical choices. We love sustainable solutions to today's problems. The future is ours to protect and nurture. We're digital. We harness the power of technology to innovate and push boundaries and be a positive force for good. We're artists, applying original solutions to real-world problems. When misfortune strikes, it's not just money that's needed to rebuild, but an energetic mind and original voice to overcome the odds. We're ambitious. Our accountants know no boundaries and harness the power of diverse cultures to seek out international opportunities. Accounting is the global language of business, and being fluent can take you anywhere. So when I say accountancy, sure, think of the numbers. The number of lives changed, systems improved, business successes, environments saved. Studying to become an ACCA finance professional means to future-proof your passions, your skills, your life for the opportunities of a brighter tomorrow.
You're the person the world needs. Life is changing, and the future is uncertain. You may not know how or why yet, but you know you're here to make a difference. You're not waiting for the universe to give you the answers. You're finding them for yourself. Challenging echoes with evidence. Few people have great ideas. Even fewer make them happen. It takes a dreamer, an explorer, a researcher, a leader, a thinker. It takes someone like you.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. From the north to the south, from northeast to west, from world-famous beaches to untouched islands, from time to time, from place to place. From the ocean up to the sky, from color to color, from street to rooftop, from hot to cold, from city to nature, from traditional to festival, from dusk till dawn, around the clock, around the country. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again. Once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Lao People's Democratic Republic, the jewel of the Mekong, is rich in culture and traditions and has one of the most pristine and charming environments in Southeast Asia. Occupying the longest stretch of the Mekong River, the peaceful country of 7 million people is endowed with natural resources and the uniquely preserved lifestyles of 148 ethnic tribes. Vientiane became the capital in 1563 and was the administrative capital during the French colonization, and is now the country's economic center. The friendly capital city, situated on the bend of the Mekong River, is home to many temples and Buddhist monuments, some of which include Phra That Luang, one of the most famous and important national culture monuments, was initially established in the 3rd century by Buddhist missionaries sent by Emperor Ashoka, and is believed to contain a holy relic of Buddha. When King Setthathirath moved his capital from Luang Prabang to Vientiane, he ordered the construction of the Grand Stupa, which stands 45 meters high and is surrounded by 30 small stupas. Since the stupa has undergone several reconstructions due to foreign invasions, the architecture of the building includes many references to Lao culture and identity, with the 3 levels of the monument reflecting part of the Buddhist doctrine. Each year on full moon during the 12th month of the lunar calendar, November, Lao people come from all over the country to celebrate That Luang festival. Ha Prakeo, originally a temple built by King Setthathirath to house the Emerald Buddha image, is now a museum of ancient Buddhist images. Sitting across the street from Ha Prakeo is Wat Sisaket, a temple built in 1818 by King Anuvong in the Siamese style of Buddhist architecture. The temple features a cloister wall with more than 2,000 ceramic and silver Buddha images. Hattusai Monument is a prominent landmark in Vientiane that began construction in 1957 and was completed in 1968. Inspired by the architecture of the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, the design incorporates Lao Kinari motifs of a mythical bird woman. Visitors can climb to the top of the monument that reveals an exceptional panoramic view of the city. Champasak Province, the former capital of the Kingdom of Champasak, is the southwestern province bordering Thailand and Cambodia, with its capital city, Pak Se, being one of Laos' 3 largest economic centers. At a small town of Champasak is the Khmer ruin of Wat Phu temple site, with temples from the 5th century, but the surviving structures date to the 11th to 13th centuries. The unique structure of the temples has elements that lead to a shrine where Linga was bathed in water from a mountain spring. Initially associated with Satapura and later superseded by the Angkorian period, the temple is now worshipped by Theravada Buddhists and is listed as one of UNESCO's World Heritage Sites in 2001. Dong Kong is the main island of the Sipandon, the 4,000 Islands, a riverine archipelago located on the Mekong River in the Kong District, Champasak Province. A growing tourist destination, the island is known for its natural beauty and simple lifestyle of the locals. From Dong Kong, visitors can take longtail boats to nearby islands Don Det and Dong Kan, where it is easier to view the Kon Papen waterfall. Kon Papeng Falls is the biggest waterfall in Southeast Asia, is home to the Mekong giant catfish, which is said to be the largest freshwater fish in the world. The picturesque succession of rapids stretch about 10 kilometers of the river's length, and it is known to be the prime reason why the Mekong River is not fully navigable into China because of thousands of islands in the archipelago. Vang Vieng is a tourism-oriented town along the Nam Song River, located about 4 hours north from Vientiane and about 8 hours south of Luang Prabang. Surrounded by the town is the most notable feature of the marvelous limestone karst hill landscape. Attractions of the town include inner tubing, kayaking, rope swinging, zip lining, trekking, and rock climbing. There are numerous caves in the area, and just a short walk from town are many ethnic Lao, Khmu, and Hmong villages. Siêng Quang Province borders Vietnam in northeastern Laos and is home to 5 different ethnic groups, where their traditional houses, dresses, beliefs, and rituals are part of the cultural heritage of Laos. It is a vast and beautiful province that has endured monumental, historic events. While the province is known for the Plain of Jars, the natural beauty of the province is waiting to be discovered. Siêng Khoang has a pleasant climate all year round with warm or hot days and cold nights, and a landscape characterized by the highest mountains in the country, Mount Phu Bia. Its pine forest, deciduous woodland, rolling hills, and grassland. Nong Het and Pasai district in particular offers stunning karst scenery with plenty of caves, cliffs, underground rivers, and waterfalls. Visiting the area is very beautiful during the peach and orchid tree blossom in February. The Plain of Jars is a megalithic archaeological landscape that scatters over 90 sites in Siêng Khoang province, with the biggest cluster near the capital city, Phonsavan. Each site ranges from 1 up to 400 stone jars. The jars vary in height and diameter between 1 and 3 meters and are all hewn out of rock. Research shows that these large stone jars are associated with prehistoric burial practices that date back to the Iron Age in 500 BCE to 500 CE, making it one of the most fascinating and important sites for studying Southeast Asian prehistory. Among the many Lao stories and legends told there was once a race of giants who inhabited the area. They were ruled by a king called Kun Cheong, who fought a long and eventually victorious battle against his enemy. To celebrate his victory, he evidently created the jars to brew and store huge amounts of Lao rice wine. Luang Prabang, former capital of the Lan Sang Kingdom, is well known for its fine Lao cuisine, soft-spoken accents, fine arts, as well as numerous Buddhist temples and monasteries. Every morning, hundreds of monks from temples around town walk through streets collecting alms. Luang Prabang also has notable natural and historic sites. Among the natural tourism sites are the Quang Si Falls, Tat Se Falls, and Pak U Caves. Among the most well-known historical sites are the Ha Kam Royal Palace Museum and the Wat Siêng Tong Temple. Along with the many ancient charming temples is the old town's appeal of the many French provincial-style houses, as well as traditional Lana architecture that adds to the town's charm. Lao people are proud that Luang Prabang has been made a UNESCO World Heritage Town.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to this discussion panel on Does Economic Growth Always Cost the Environment? It's a privilege to be able to discuss this topic with our three very special speakers and with you all. However, before I introduce them, I thought I would just take a moment to address the aims of this panel to help you get the most out of it. So this topic was chosen based on a premise that we believe there is more to a nation's economic prosperity than simply trying to grow their GDP or GNP along with other indicators, and ensuring that their growth can be achieved sustainably for both people and environment is something that should not be undervalued. Whilst we may be primarily addressing the environmental issues and economic impacts pertaining to ASEAN, I think it's quite clear that no matter where in the world we are located, we all contribute to and are affected by environmental issues at a local level or a global one, from seeing plastic in your waterways to watching the national news and seeing regional farmers struggle with the impacts of climate change-induced drought. However, it is not all doom and gloom, and thankfully our panelists here, in the limited time that we have, will help us explore these issues a bit further. I encourage everyone here to ask questions, our audience members, in the chat channel and rack the intelligent brains of our speakers. And I'll do my best to address some of these through the session or at the end of the Q&A at 6 p.m. Also, as an FYI, this panel is structured into 3 segments. So firstly, we'll be exploring the environmental challenges of economic growth in relation to social and human security, followed by a second segment on the impacts of economic growth on environmental security. And then lastly, we'll finish with a segment on security for the future and learn about what initiatives are already in place to contribute to a more sustainable planet. But now I have the great pleasure of introducing our speakers. Firstly, I would like to welcome Dr. Venkatachalam Ambumozi, who is the Director of Research Strategy and Innovations at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Indonesia. His previous positions include Senior Capacity Building Specialist at Asian Development Bank Institute, Assistant Professor at the University of Tokyo, and Senior Policy Researcher at the Institute of Global Environmental Strategies and Assistant Manager in Pacific Consultants International, Tokyo. He has authored numerous books and research articles and produced many project reports on resource management policies, low carbon infrastructure design, and private sector participation in green growth. He has also been invited as a member of the G20 Task Force on Green Financing. Thank you, Ambu. Secondly, I would like to welcome Dr. Serena Rahman, who is a visiting fellow at the ISEAS Yusof Ishak Institute, where she studies sustainable development, rural politics, and political ecology. She also teaches environmental politics at the Department of Southeast Asian Studies, National University of Singapore. The rest of her life is taken up by Kalab Alami, a community organization that she co-founded in 2008 to help a community in Johor, Malaysia, participate in and benefit from inescapable development. Finally, I would like to welcome Sharif Martin, who is ACCA's Senior Policy Consultant for the ASEAN and ANZ region, and works extensively in thought leadership and professional insights on contemporary business issues. Prior to joining ACCA, Sharif held senior risk and strategy related roles, where some of these roles included a Big Four firm, a large listed palm oil producer, and the Malaysian capital market regulator. Having lived and worked through the Asian financial crisis, the global financial crisis, and now the pandemic-induced crisis, Sharif believes strongly in the need to think long-term in a short-term world. So, with our introductions complete, it's now time to go through a few trivia polls to get us warmed up for the discussion. You can find the button on the side of the live stream. So the first poll question is, exactly how old are Southeast Asia's oldest rainforests? And while we wait for responses, Ambu, I want to know if you could briefly tell us, if you had the choice to explore any World Heritage site in the ASEAN region, where would it be and why?
Sure, and it's my pleasure to be part of this panel. And regarding your question on the World Heritage Sites, coming to the ASEAN or Southeast Asia, there are about more than 40 heritage sites, and which could be broadly classified into historical or cultural. Personally, I like, and I had been to more than 50 of these heritage sites. I'm based in Indonesia, and my most preferred destination is this Borobudur temple, which is about 3rd or the 4th century structure. And the next one is the Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and I think these are the two very historical and sites, historical in the sense of its architectural beauty, but also the whole ecosystem, that is in the 1st and the 2nd century, how the people lived with the kind of harmony with the nature. I think there we can find it. And also there are certain sites which is also kind of a natural beauty, and like paddy fields are in the Bali terrace fields and also in the Philippines. So these are this region has a wide variety to offer you, and I encourage your younger generation to visit as much as possible.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. That was absolutely great promotion. I'm very intrigued, and if I ever make it to ASEAN region after the COVID lockdown, then I'll be doing all of them. So the answers we have received so far, the majority of our audience said A, 70 million years old, and I'm happy to say that is correct. So 70 million years old and counting. We will fight to protect our forests. Okay, thank you, Ambu. On to our second poll question, which is, what target has ASEAN set for 2025 regarding its energy dependence on renewable resources? So, yep, send in your answers now. And whilst I wait for those answers, Serena, you are given a budget and the resources to protect 2 endangered species in Southeast Asia, plant or animal. What would they be and why?
Unmute. Hi, Jasmine. Thank you for having me on this panel. I get the fun question. I'm going to break the rules. I'm using all the money to protect seagrass. This is not just a plant, but it is an entire habitat, and it is an anchor for large endangered species, fisheries species. It's a nursery, it's a breeding ground. It's the anchor for artisanal fishermen. So I'm going to use all that money to save seagrass ecosystems because they are highly underappreciated, highly underrated, very important for climate change because they sequester carbon at a rate of at least 50 times that of terrestrial habitats. So seagrass is the answer.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Yeah, great answer. I have never actually reconsidered the importance of seagrass myself, but I know later in the discussion I'll learn so much more, so thank you for sharing that. Responses, most said 32% dependence. That's quite interesting because the correct answer is actually 23% dependence. So yes, that is a bit less than what people think, but I think 23% is a great target so far. And seeing that a lot of the economies in ASEAN bloc are developing still, to have that set that target and reach for it is just, yeah, it's incredible. It's great. Brilliant. So our third poll question and last question is, which sector is the largest contributor to greenhouse gases in ASEAN? So send in your answers now, please. That'd be great. And I will address the last question, to Sharif. So Sharif, you have been practicing yoga for 10 years now. In your opinion, what is the most difficult yoga pose to attempt? And on a scale of 1 to 10, how strongly would you recommend yoga?
Let me start with the second question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would I recommend yoga? I would say 15. So I'm a bit like Serena, I'm going to answer outside of your parameters. As to your first question, and I know this is a pretty common question, and it's a common question that I get. And I would answer it this way. Again, I'm taking a page of Serena's book. The notion of a difficult pose is contradictory to yoga. But I also want to say that, if you look at magazines today, if you look at things that you see in yoga, quite often they emphasize the poses. And the poses are like, I guess, you have pita bread in Australia, right? This Mediterranean bread. And, it's like you can fold yourself in this way and that way and still come out in one piece. That's not my idea of yoga. I am a person with a wrist injury, with an elbow injury, with sciatica. I do what I can with what I am, right? And I enjoy that process tremendously. The hardest part of yoga is the fact that you need to accept that it's a way of living, not an exercise that you do in the morning. And the hardest challenge of that is in dealing with the mind. There's a beautiful Sanskrit word called chitta, which explores the heart and the mind connection as one, and not in the way we've been taught, which is, okay, you've got a heart problem, mind problem, and the two are not talking to each other. So we debunk some of those things. Now, I could go on and talk about yoga for the next 3 hours, but I think I should stop and let you carry on with the show, Jasmine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharath. I think we should make that a panel discussion for next year. That'd be brilliant. Yoga with Sharath. I love that. Thank you for sharing. Looking at the answers, majority said 57% energy as the answer, and that is also correct. Energy sector is very carbon intensive, and we will learn more about that in the rest of the panel. Brilliant. So that concludes our panel, the poll questions. So now we're going to move on to our first segment on social and human security. So in the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, Article 28 states that every person has the right to a safe, clean, and sustainable environment. So in Australia, where I'm currently based, the human right to a healthy environment is not even recognized at a federal level, which has made it easier for multinational corporations to exploit our lands and oceans, and it affects many Australian communities, in particular the indigenous communities. So my first question is for Ambu. So Ambu, whilst ASEAN has already committed to taking greater action to protect these human rights, what are some conflict of interest examples that might hinder ASEAN from upholding these rights unconditionally?
Thank you, Jasmine. I think you are partly right, and that is this ASEAN had this human rights declaration that was, if I remember correct, it was the Phnom Penh statement in 2012. And but before moving into that, and you need to understand ASEAN, and ASEAN is a 10 small and medium-sized economies, which is we can say it is the most diverse in terms of cultural richness. And also it has a kind of a range of assorted economics and the political structure. That is where this human rights issues are coming up. But if you look into that the 2021 document, and it has about 40 classes, and but most of them are focused on the 4 major areas. One is that the civil and the political rights, which is very much related to human security. But at the same time, they also target on the economic and the social and cultural rights. Here, I think it is a core that is there. And then there is a right to development and the right to peace. And this came up in 2012. But if you look back to the history of ASEAN, and when it was created in 1967, there is no statement on the human rights. Okay, that was not the priority for the ASEAN summit leaders. At the time, the focus was, basically it started as a kind of inward-looking organization to avoid the conflict, to develop a peace. And they realized at the time that is the economic stability and then economic growth has to be a part of it, and then the social progress and the cultural development. So this is the basic of it. This development, this statement came in 2012. So what happened in the 40 plus years? That is a kind of it is a kind of a truly ASEAN way of doing the things. Okay, it is a kind of evolutionary process. It has happened in all fields of policy making. And so in 1976, there is a treaty and amity of cooperation. That is a kind of a foundation for the ASEAN Charter that also didn't involve or didn't mention about the human rights, but it all happened in early 1990s when this Vienna Convention happened, and at that time Mahathir was the Prime Minister of Malaysia, and I think it was a kind of reactionary. These human rights issues from ASEAN as a regional response comes as a kind of reaction to Vienna Convention, which has a kind of Western standards, maybe that is equivalent to Australian standards, which the region as a whole, they have a kind of reluctance to accept. Then this regional process evolved, and this ASEAN Charter was established, and all these 3 process has come up mainly through this consultation and the compromises and the collaboration. That is a kind of ASEAN way. So this 2021 document that is signed in the Phnom Penh came across all this consultation process. But if you look into it, there's a kind of regional process. But if you see that foundations, but these foundations are built upon the national laws. For example, take the case of Indonesia. In before the independence, that is 1945, the constitution allows for this human security or the human rights. They say that is the poverty reduction or the destitute is a kind of responsibility of the state. And so the whole natural resources could be diverted or optimized for addressing this issue. And this is very clear. And similarly in 1987 and Philippine Constitution, basically that shows, basically there is a kind of a national foundation of the national laws. How that is ASEAN is reacting to it. It is sandwiched between the global trends and also this is the policy making that is taken up at the national level. And this is the beauty of ASEAN way of working. And there is also another case and between the 1967 to 2012 and there is a industrialization happened and most of these people become a kind of middle class people and then have the affordability and they can afford to think about the human rights and also pollution issues becomes. So we have a kind of global trends and then national level policies and this new development at the micro level, at the household level, and all these things assimilated that translated into kind of a human security or the human right declaration. So it is not designed for a purpose. It is an evolutionary process. Coming back to this, your second part of the question, is there is any conflict or the trade-off? I see it is from the perspective, what could be the limitations of this ASEAN way of approaching things? I think here we find and in ASEAN and there are better, it works, for example, the case of AMDAR, that is the ASEAN Agreement for the Disaster Management Emergency Response, which is a very exemplary, very progressive. It is often cited as a kind of a role model for the regional cooperation. And it has been done. If there is a disaster occurs, but for example, it happened in Myanmar in 2008, and then Yolanda in Philippines in 2013. This is very successful. It was a kind of a regionally coordinated approach where there is a national boundaries vanished, people moved in. And this is one of the best examples. That is, we can say how this regional cooperation can work together to alleviate the poverty and as well as the establish the human rights. But still long to be done. We do have the struggles and for example, the climate change and the climate change, we see many migrations, internal migration as well as the cross-border migration, which ASEAN has not been effectively addressing it. It may be due to this consensus-based or the compromise-based approaches, and also some of these migration issues and also cross-border haze. That is where basically countries are supposed to be expected to support the other country, not to intervene in the sovereignty and the non-interference. This has a kind of weakness and where that is the ASEAN could move forward and to get a kind of nationally coordinated approaches. So I stop here and my point here is still a lot of ways to improvement, but this is a kind of evolutionary process.
Oh, that's very insightful. Thank you, Ambu. It's really important to reflect on how history has now affected the present, and also learning more about the ASEAN way. I think that's so important, especially perhaps as an Australian student. I too often see things through a Western lens, through a Western perspective, but obviously that is not always right. So thank you for sharing that about the ASEAN way. Yeah, just a question to follow up from that, or this is open to the panel, by the way, as well. How can cooperation facilitated by ASEAN governments be used as a force for change to ensure that sustainable practices are always advocated, and what sort of strategies would be most successful? And I know, Ambu, we also spoke about the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework as well. Yes, so feel free to discuss that as you wish.
Sure. See, you mentioned about the ASEAN Comprehensive ACR of it was signed in last November as a part of response to this pandemic. And ASEAN as a region as a whole wanted to be responsible, and they can see that is the recovery could be more sustainable. And there are 5 pillars. One is on the first one is about the health. The second is the human security. Third one is the economic integration, and then digitalization. And the 5th broader strategy is the sustainability. And here also that is how this cooperation is being facilitated. And here we need to understand a little bit of the ASEAN way of doing things. Here there are the primary institutions, and here it is ASEAN is not a kind of a EU, and where there is the power lies in the Brussels. And here in Jakarta, basically there is not power. Basically, the primary institution in the policy making, the response is lies in the national capitals, whether in the Kuala Lumpur or Jakarta or in the Manila. And that is the here basically. These primary institutions, the ministries and the Prime Minister's office, and they define the rules and they set the games for the recovery. Then once that rules are set, and then there are secondary institutions like ASEAN Center for Energy, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, and now there is the new Center for the Green Growth and also Sustainable Developments in Thailand. And then these secondary institutions take up the role, and they see there is the what could be done and what could be the blueprint. That is how this is the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint and ASSC Blueprint and APS blueprints are evolving. And so there is a primary institutions and a secondary institution. But when coming to the sustainability, and here we do have a challenges. It is ASEAN is not like Australia, and we do have a multiple challenges of sustainability. And still, many countries the developmental status is different, and some of the agrarian countries like Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar still tackling the land use changes. That is deforestation issues. Then other set of countries like Malaysia and Thailand, still they are tackling this second generation of the environmental problems, the air pollution and the water pollution. And then comes the climate change, which could be a third generation. And for Australia, basically, you solved one problem and move into the next one, and now you are tackling the climate change. But here, when coming to this ASEAN, or the more emerging or the developing countries of the ASEAN, and these 3 problems has to be tackled at present and simultaneously. That is the challenge we have. Then how this challenge can be tackled? And here we need a multi-pronged strategy. And my answer could be very simple or kind of straightforward. And there could be 5 strategies. And this region, one is that is focusing on the economic integration and the economic growth. So this future of the growth has to take place, where there's a continued economic growth, but reduced or the decoupled emissions and the pollutions. How we can do it? I think here there is an innovative way of doing things, and here for my first pillar of action is to liberalize the trade, and particularly liberalize the trade for the environmental goods and services. Still, the tariff rates are high. And so that automatically increases this cost of the technologies. So that is the first strategy to these countries should work on it. And because these countries are not basically basically they're technology takers rather than the inventors. Okay, that is the difficulties we have. And second thing is we need finance, I think, to finance all these things. That is the nuclear. And here, so far, and we have seen that is the most of these sustainability actions are coming from the public finance. Then there is a kind of unrealistic expectation of international finance. Then only the private finance comes. And here we need to reverse that order. I think where that private finance comes first, and then it could be catalyzed by the international finance. And then third is the kind of public finance, because after the COVID and most of the countries lost their fiscal space. So the finance would be the second where more innovations has to happen. And the third part is that is the market-based instruments, and the climate change. I think now many countries has been going for this ETS. Singapore has introduced the carbon pricing system. Other countries are using for the ETS. That has been failed in Australia, and it was here you have the political economy, but it is one of the low-hanging fruit. Give the market, and so far in ASEAN, and our approach has been the regulatory approaches and the technology based. Now it is a time to test market based instruments, and that is a carbon market, and this carbon market could be integrated. And these are the three primary strategies, but all these things, and the fourth strategy could be that is the capacity building, and here we need to learn from the best practices, international best practices, like a development partners like Australia can help. That is what are the best practices, and how this technology development and the finance could help, and here we need much more to be done, and certainly this capacity building. These are my kind of bold ideas, are the kind of new strategies that countries can look into.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much for highlighting to us how these different approaches, frameworks, strategies can be used to solve environmental issues such as climate change, as you pointed out. And particularly the point you said about having to address all these environmental issues as well. Earlier, like, Australia, yes, we are focusing on climate change primarily, but I must say we're not doing a very excellent job at it. So yes, I really sympathize, understand the challenges that are faced there. ASEAN.
Sorry, Jess, do you mind if I chime in with something?
Go in for it.
Sure. Well, thanks. I think firstly, trade. Trade is an enormous way in which you can call it cooperation, but it's a way in which you force the hand. And trade in many of the ASEAN markets is more than 100% of that country's GDP. So if you're trading partners, so if you're importing a produce, or if you're exporting, that's a better example. If you're exporting from Malaysia to Singapore, Malaysia to Indonesia, and Indonesia expects that those products, you have a way to demonstrate that the carbon emissions have been reduced, and you're working towards net zero, it's all something that we all agree to, then you can trade. And if you're not, if your carbon emissions are high, then I'm going to look for my product somewhere else. So trade is an enormous opportunity in which to bring out some of the changes that we need. Second, look, I have been, I'm a Malaysian, my parents are Malaysian, my grandparents are Malaysian, so I'm going to be a bit hard on ASEAN. How many countries in ASEAN today have net zero ambitions? Very few. Indonesia is working on it, and Malaysia just announced something which is rather ambiguous. So we need net zero ambitions, and more importantly, it's not about 2050, it's about 2030. Because if we don't have an intermediate goal to reduce it by half by 2030, I think we're going to kid ourselves, right? And I think this is an important message that I feel we need to share. We need to decarbonize the energy sector, the phasing out of coal, which may not be great news for people in Australia. Australia coal business is a big thing. We need to decarbonize the transport sector. These are both huge emitters. There's two more points I'll make and I'll stop. One is the G7 countries have pledged certain commitments in the past to help developing countries. They haven't fulfilled them. They have re-pledged to provide about 100 billion in support. So what I think ASEAN countries should do is they should start to tap on them, and don't make the mistake that these pledges and commitments are made in the form where the money just flows back to countries who are giving those pledges in the form of consultancies and contracts for those countries, right? It's not about that. The net impact has to be in our ASEAN markets. Finally, and I know there's a lot more to say, I think we are not doing enough of a job in communicating the issue of, say, climate in our local languages. Today, the climate science is largely in English, and we are not doing enough to take it out to our local people in our local languages. So those are the few things that I think we should start to do. Otherwise, ASEAN is going to tail the whole efforts around this. And mind you, ASEAN, it's not just China that is a manufacturing hub. ASEAN is too. And I should have brought up the issue about human rights earlier too, because one of the reasons manufacturing was moved to ASEAN was so that they could use the low-cost wages in ASEAN. These are customers who are coming from the advanced economies. If you want to play ball on human rights, you have to play ball on both sides. Advanced economies have to accept that they cannot just continue to accept that people in ASEAN will continue to accept low wages in return for producing those same quality of goods that they had before. So I think these are some of those things that I think will be useful for your audience to understand. And hopefully we get some questions around this, and let's tackle that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Sharif, for that really helpful insight again. Yeah, it's highlighting the importance of working towards net zero emissions and also the importance of trade and who benefits from that ultimately, who benefits from sustainability practices. Yeah, again, very, very helpful. Thank you. For interest of time, we will move on to the environmental security segment now. So in recent years, ASEAN has experienced rapid economic growth, as we've talked about, largely due to their successful manufacturing, agricultural sectors, as well as a vibrant and resilient tourism sector. So this has led to increased development in infrastructure and expansion of urban areas as demand for ASEAN services continues to grow, bringing about further job creation and greater intra-regional migration. However, in many ways, this economic boom has placed pressure on ASEAN's diverse and fragile ecosystems, where a lack of immediate action is increasingly likely to lead to long-term damage. So my first question is addressed to you, Serena. Whilst rapid economic growth is naturally welcomed, who are the possible winners and losers that have emerged as a result of the economic transformation in ASEAN? Over to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. I think the environment and local livelihoods are always, lost usually when we pursue economic development. I'm a lot more critical of ASEAN. I grew up as a diplomat's daughter, and so I have a first-hand view of what's going on at these government-to-government initiatives and efforts, and really none of it trickles to the ground. And when you have big top-down regulation, especially from ASEAN, I mean, at the national level within each Southeast Asian country, already there is a lot of difficulty in ensuring that there is equity and equality when development comes about. So usually in developing countries, when there is economic development, it is those who own the big businesses, it is those in power who are bound to benefit, or investors, right? So they come in, they use the resources of a country. The people who work there, or the people who used to depend on natural livelihoods before these big developments came, whether it is housing development, luxury development, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's services, the traditional livelihoods are usually pushed aside. And then when you have something even bigger, a regional organization like ASEAN, which then struggles to come to a decision on anything because of non-intervention, because there's so many different ideas, because there's so many different intentions and needs and economic levels and priorities, it's even harder to say that ASEAN has to come together to ensure sustainable development. I think what we need to look at is inclusive development and take it a step further from just thinking about the economy and the environment, because usually even at that level, the environment is just a tick box. And then usually what happens is a lot of greenwashing. So you have all these nice conferences and meetings and talks, and you go tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, but even the NGOs that go to the tier 3 and tier 2 level are basically government linked NGOs, so they're called Congos, right? So, but what happens to the people on the ground? Where is their voice? Is there really a voice representing them at the ASEAN level? Usually even at the national level, they're hardly there. So I think the biggest losers are the environment for sure, the natural habitats that have been destroyed. There is a need, of course, to develop. There is a need for balance. We can't preserve everything, but there is a need for wise development. For example, to use already cleared forests, or mined land that has been left abandoned in order to develop something instead of clearing new forests. But of course, at the same time, there are other issues like corruption, like a lack of transparency, like a lack of enforcement. And this then gets in the way of perhaps wiser decisions happening, because it's very easy to pay people off to do the easy thing and the cheapest thing. The marginalized communities, the farmers, the fishermen, they tend to have less voice. And so their traditional livelihoods, generational heritage in fishing, in farming, and indigenous people who live off the forest and depend on it for their faith, for their culture, for everything, even their identity, that's all gone and forsaken. Many of ASEAN's indigenous people are not even recognized. So these are the things that will be lost first. But of course, you usually, as I think it was Anbu who mentioned, that it's a cycle, right? So every country needs to hit a level of development before it starts to think, oh, hey, we've lost 98% of our mangroves. One of our smaller countries in ASEAN has done that. So maybe let's fight to protect what's left, So this is the cycle that unfortunately I think many of us have to go through. And I think Tun Mahathir was mentioned before, and his argument at the international stage was, developed countries have had their ability to develop. Now it's our turn, and you need to help us. I think there's something needs to be said for that in terms of, every country wants to develop, but I think we can learn from history. We can learn from past mistakes and make things better. It's just whether there's a political will at the national level, not even going to the ASEAN level, because to be honest, for most of the time, ASEAN decisions rarely trickle down to the ground. Yeah.
Jasmine, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
I echo Sarina's points, and I think you posed the question of economic, what are the difficulties in the economic transformation. I change a little bit on what prevents this low carbon energy transition or the low carbon economy. And here we know that is obvious, and these are the kind of block and vested interest lies. And see, for example, take the case of Indonesia, and here there is a huge coal resources, and this is cheap and it's affordable, and it's also bring the competitiveness of the production. I think Sarath mentioned about this economic structure where each countries need to collaborate and also they need to compete, and where that is this cheap energy comes in. And then how I can lose my competitiveness in the case of here there is a climate change, it's a global good, and that is a kind of beauty of it, and it has a global public good in nature, but the actions has to be taken at the industrial level and also most probably at the local level. This comes to Sarina's point, whether the ASEAN is doing right thing, and I need to defend, yes, and but not to that level. And here you need to see the structure of the policy making. It is basically a kind of a elite process or this kind of political process where these decisions are made in the national capital. This is basically kind of open regionalism. That is open for the consultation, compromises, and there is not much a kind of a drive. And what I wanted to see to happen this low carbon energy transition is a kind of regionalization. Regionalization means let us keep aside this regionalism and give more actions to bring this private sector and also the communities, particularly the local governments. So we build a partnership where there is everyone has understand what are their own strength and what are their deliverables. Then that way that is as a partnership, I think it is much more workable than this elite process. And but again, this is a game of losers and winners. And there is in the transition, when coming to the sustainability, there is no clear winners and losers. And in the beginning, and there in the short term, there will be more losers. The game, the rule of the game is how you are going to compensate for the losers. And that need to think. And here I believe that is a kind of a partnership between the government, private sector, and the local governments will help. And this has to be built upon this DNA of this local communities. I'll stop here.
Wow, thank you so much. That was so much to unpack there. I yeah, seriously wish we had more time. It's a great discussion. Yeah, looking at how when it comes to developments, like we should have the environment at the forefront and at the top of the agenda rather than trying to, yeah, as Serena, you were saying earlier that people commit deforestation and sort of cut down 90% of the trees, and they start to realize the issue there. And then Amber, looking at contrasting the late processes and regionalization. It's all definitely really good food for thought, and to our audience, I really encourage you to investigate further. Thank you very much. And just kind of lead on to our second question before we move on to our final segment. What are examples of trade-offs that can occur in trying to achieve a net positive impact on a natural capital? Just for our audience's knowledge, so when we talk about net positive impact, we're referring to business in which more is put back into society and environment than what is actually taken out initially. And natural capital refers to the world's stock of renewable and non-renewable resources. I know, Serena, we had some discussions before about hydropower and how that's actually, while we think it's amazing, sustainable technology, it's great sustainable development, renewable resource, it actually has tendency to cause more damage to ecosystems. Could you briefly touch on that for me as well?
Right. So I think if you come to businesses trying to give back more than they take, a lot of times this has to do with let's plant trees for however many miles our staff have flown, right? So that's always the easiest way out. And then they indulge in carbon trading, which is quite detached from reality also. I mean, there's all the requirements behind it, but how much of it actually does something to help the planet? Planting trees, of course, is very good, but then we've had companies who's like, oh, we want to plant trees, we want to plant mangroves, when actually, the success of mangrove tree planting is like 30%, but the PR that they can milk out of it is 150%, right? So how authentic are efforts such as these is my question. And how much of it is, as I mentioned, greenwashing or just ticking a checkbox? How much of these efforts by the companies are actually looking for areas that really need help, that can do with money being put in to help communities to reforest, to create corridors along developed areas, forest corridors, to clean up rivers and provide livelihoods for people who's lost natural areas that they've been depending on for generations. Now, that kind of long-term difficult CSR work is very rare. And this is where the corporate entities can put in more effort. When we're talking about renewable energy, we're always talking in climate change about the transition to renewable energy. We have to give up coal. And as Andrew mentioned just now, coal is cheap. And for developing economies, how do you get there quickly if you want to take all this time to develop renewable energies, which for many don't have the technology? And once you open up this field like to external investors, then where do the local businesses come in? And then also, if you're talking about renewable energy, the government like Malaysia has just announced TNB is going very big into renewable energy, and they're building lots of hydropower dams. When you build a hydropower dam, there are issues of community displacement because this dam is huge. There's issues of clearing of forests and blocking of waterways. How does that affect what is downstream? There are issues of loss of sacred lands, displacing people, and usually these are indigenous people who depend on the forest, and then the damage in doing this. So for many who do renewable energy research, hydropower really does not qualify as a renewable energy. Yes, the energy is constantly sustained by nature, but you have to take into account the damage that is done to get there. And then if you're working in a rural area and you want these people to use renewable energy, you put up a big hydropower dam. Again, you think of the damage, but then, okay, maybe we don't do hydropower, we do solar, we do turbine. How are you going to haul those big turbine, fans, right? How do you haul that along a riverway that takes a small boat up a mountain, to really rural areas? What do you do with solar panels when they've expired after 10, 15, maybe 20 years? What do you do when the machinery breaks down and nobody in these rural areas knows what to do with it? There are many of these efforts all over Malaysia, all over Southeast Asia, that become white elephants because there is no means to repair, there's no access to the material to fix it. So it's a perfect ideal, but we're not there yet. There have been a lot of positive progress in terms of hybrid systems. So micro hydro dam for smaller rivers that is backed up by small solar energy generators, but you still need diesel to back it up. And Southeast Asia is a tropical area. So we seem to think, oh, we have a lot of sun, but we actually do have a lot of rain, a lot of cloud cover. So we don't get as much solar energy as we should. And then we also don't get as much wind energy as we could, you know, to enable much more of Southeast Asia to use to use turbine. And then there's lots of new developments like floating solar, like turbine, which is using the tides, but all of this is still in R&D stages. So we want to get there, but coal is cheap, renewable energy is more expensive. How much are Southeast Asian governments willing to give up coal and other fossil fuel subsidies and invest in renewable energy when they themselves are find it difficult to cope economically? These are the difficult questions. And I think when we move away from idealism, we start to realize the difficulties in implementing it on the ground and what is lost if we say hydropower is our big solution. Yeah.
Thank you. That was really well said. Yeah, I really liked how you stressed authentic efforts in particular. I think that's so important. Like being sustainable is not just about ticking a box, as you said. And the thought that there's like a one size solution fits all approach, like it's not the case. So thank you for highlighting that to us. Sharath, do you have 2 minutes worth of contribution to add, or shall we move on to the next?
No, I think Serena's covered it really well.
Very, very well.
I think the only elephant in the room is, there's COVID too. And all these efforts have been kind of put to paid by the fact that governments, never mind natural capital, are facing a population in which they're saying, well, how long can we be in lockdown? Because our economic lives are also impacted. So governments are having to play this trade-off, which is really difficult. You hear in textbooks about building back green and building back better, but the reality is far more messier than that. But we've got to do it. There is no if and buts on this issue, because the ability of future generations to continue to maybe not enjoy, but to be able to have a life and a quality of life is very much dependent on this. I say this as an accountant. I say this as someone who works in the business community. You can call me hard-nosed about profits and stuff like that, but not all of this will disappear if we don't recognize that 50% of the world's GDP comes from natural capital. Yeah, that's a startling amount that I hope your audience will start to understand, that there is no workaround. It's 50%. You've got to deal with how we preserve natural capital, because your future wealth depends on it. Again, speaking like your bean counter here, yeah?
Thank you. Yeah, there's no alternative if we absolutely destroy all our natural capital. Like, what will happen to our GDP afterwards? What's going to happen to future generations? Really important to consider all of this. Yeah, thank you for sharing, Sharath. Yes, so we might move on to our last segment then. Time does fly, sadly. Given that these environmental issues obviously do not only pertain to the ASEAN region, but the entire world, it is critical, I guess, as citizens that we actively find ways to reduce our carbon footprint and lobby our governments to normalize these efforts into mainstream society. So while some multinational corporations in the ASEAN region have been taking action to introduce more sustainable practices, we all admit and know that there is still some progress to be made. So my first question of the segment is for you, Sharath. Is engagement or divestment a better means of placing pressure on fossil fuel companies in ASEAN to adopt more sustainable practices, or a change of company direction? Over to you.
Thanks, Jasmine. I would say you can't do either or. Again, I'm following Serena's playbook here, not going to one or the other. You have to engage, and if push comes to shove, you divest. But there is a long continuum in between. And that's what you need to play hardball at, right? So I just want to give some examples just to balance out and offer some, some green shoots of opportunity and hope here, because I may have painted a world which is looking rather dire. The banks and investors today are getting it far better than your average business listed company. What do I say that? Because the banks have created this movement called the Principles of Responsible Banking. The institutional investors around the world have done the same. They have also created a subset where they call themselves the Net Zero Alliance. And what they're doing is they're looking at the way their money is lent or their money is invested in those companies, and they are pushing them to get towards net zero, right? So when the providers of money tell you you need to get to net zero, you start moving, right? The other pressure that I think needs to be worked on is the consumer pressure. I don't know in Australia, but definitely in ASEAN, I don't see enough of it. As I said, I think the whole translation of this issue into local language is maybe not there, or maybe it's at a very nascent stage. That needs to happen. Consumer power is enormous, as you know, right? I came from the palm oil industry, and Unilever, for example, will not buy non-sustainable palm oil. And that's why I raised the issue, which is then why not as a country, you say, I'm not going to buy a non-sustainable product, right? And you can take that at bigger levels as well. Employee power is enormous. Societal pressure needs to be enormous. I don't know where it is. Do our populations engage with the politicians and say this matters? This doesn't just matter to us, but we need to change the landscape. Because let's face it, most democracies go on a 5-year cycle, right? This issue of climate change requires people who will think long-term, who will put in plans and programs that will not change when there's a change in government. And that is a 10-year, 20-year, 30-year frame, right? There are countries which are doing this. Wales, Ireland are having these, Wales has this act called the Well-Being of Future Generations, in which they have a power to sort of veto policies and interventions which are not going to be favorable to future generations. And let's understand, future generations is not, with all due respect, you, but the generation which hasn't been born, right? Because that's a far more long-term sight. The irony of it, Jasmine, is that indigenous societies and cultures have been far better at this. Far better at this. You can trace it to North American cultures. You can trace it to those cultures that Anbu talked about in ASEAN. And you can even trace it to cultures even in Australia and New Zealand. I'm very sure of that. The concept of genealogy and what we are passing forward, not leaving behind subtle difference, passing forward was clearly there. So those are some of those things that I think we need to start looking at. It's not a simple case of, okay, let's just, tell them I'm not happy, I will divest. No, you grind them towards agreement that we need to get towards net zero. You engage them, you tell them, I'll tell you something, right? Any CEO and any CFO, if you take the message to him or her that in 3 to 5 years, I'm going to raise the cost of borrowing, I'm going to pull back your lending if you do not show me commitment and plans towards to get to net zero, they will get their act in gear. It's as simple as that. No one wants to pay whatever amount of basis points above whatever they're paying now. And if the threat is even that, hey, you might not have new loans, the insurance, I didn't talk about insurance, but they've also come to the party. So there's lots of these pressure. They need to be kept up. And then we need to supplement it because, as I said, consumers, society, electorates, employees, are we doing enough? I'm not sure. Let me stop here in case the other panelists have something to say.
Would any panelists like to suggest or make a contribution?
Can I? And I think
yes, you can.
I think Sharath brought in a very debatable issue, and the one is the untapped potential of the consumers. I think that is true, and another thing is these investors, particularly at the banks and the institutions. coming back to this consumers, and here we need to find this reality. Of course, they have the power and they can dictate the markets. They can dictate these technology companies. But unfortunately, if you look into this region, it is not only here, but it is everywhere. The willingness to pay, and that doesn't exist. And basically, when coming to this willingness to pay, most of this mindset is not now. I think we did a survey. I think I was in Tokyo, and that is also there is a green mindset, but there's when coming to that, who is going to pay for it, and they said it is not now and not me, and that is a kind of a mindset that is the consumers has. And this is true also. For example, if you go to the market, you have a rechargeable battery and you have an alkaline battery, and the alkaline battery costs less. But and also like organic food and non-organic foods, but usually that is a price they determine the buyer's behavior. I think here we need to see the governments need to balance it, and that where there is a carbon like of tax instruments can help, and to bring the balance. Then the consumer has the kind of equal opportunity to choose, and then this power will push it. And second part and is these investments, and for all this transformation need money. I think everybody knows it, and but in the market there is a plenty of resources, and but the problem is and this is not blowing at the speed it is needed and at the scale it is needed, and Sarath mentioned about the different very positive outlook, and here like consumers and the financial sector doesn't emotion doesn't speak, and basically the bottom line is profit making. Okay, how much you get it, and here we find the difficulty. And for example, the renewable energy project, and most of this lending is coming from the credit or the equity, and we find the project, the internal rate of return from the project is about they expect about 12%, but reality is about 6 to 8%, which is basically the buying cost is more. And that then nobody wants to invest in a losing project. They don't, business or the investor, they don't want to be the first loser. So they want to either guarantee or the price rectified. And usually when we are making this cost, and we don't really calculate this environmental cost and the social benefit cost. Basically, it is somewhere hidden, and there is a market distortion. And again, providing this kind of tax mechanisms can rectify this one is, and whether the government has ready to do it, and the speed at which they wanted to do it, and still it is we need to be debate. And when coming to the tax, what is the price you are going to pay for it?
Thank you for highlighting that. There's a really real urgency, a need for investors to put pressure, and also as both you and Shaka said before, as if we have demand for unsustainable products, then obviously that's going to contribute more to environmental pollution. So we need to reconsider that. And I really like how you said, Shaka, about Ambu, about the not now, not me mindset. How do you overcome that? How do consumers become more considerate and more aware of their ecological footprint on the environment? All very important issues to think about, especially for our audience here tonight. Move on to our second question. Thank you for those responses. Sharif, or anybody here, what is green finance? So think about the future, and what role does it play in creating a more sustainable future? Just because I know there are a lot of students here in the audience who are interested in how green finance is moving forward, and potentially looking into careers in green finance. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And I may have answered that a little bit earlier when I was talking about the principles of responsible banking and the net zero alliance. But I won't give you a technical definition of green finance, but rather think of it as how we're going to finance a couple of things. One, whether you're reducing your carbon emissions, and then what are you doing using the finance to improve, say, water quality, air quality, things in which you depend on from nature, and improving that, right? All those things that Serena and Ambu talked about in terms of renewable energy, if you're financing that, that's a form of green finance, right? The people who invest in companies who are doing these sorts of things, it's also a form of green finance, or you can call them green investments. So that's, I think, the nature of what a green finance is. Will it play a role in a more sustainable future? Absolutely. One of the things I should mention is that, and this is where ASEAN needs to be aware of it, is all those initiatives that I talked about, from the bankers to the assets owners and managers, they are largely private sector led. Because I'm not sure whether it was Serena or someone who said that typically in ASEAN, we are very regulatory led. When someone makes it a compliance issue, then we get up and we start doing something about it. If no one chases us with a law or rule or regulation, then we just keep quiet, keep our head down and just hope it goes away. I don't think that's going to be the way forward. As I said, all of these movements that I spoke about are private sector led. They are led by CEOs. And so they're very interested in this. There's a task force on natural capital. It's led by a Singapore-based CEO. And, they are looking at what I just spoke about, that 50% of the GDP comes from natural capital. As a CEO, together with my other CEOs, we have to do something to preserve this. So, but it echoes, I think, something Ambu said. What we're not seeing is the pace that we need. We're seeing momentum. We're not seeing the pace. For that to happen, we need to change planning horizons. We need to change some of those financing tools that Ambu talked about, where we talk about rates of return, what's acceptable. But I'll tell you this, Jasmine. We've all been talking about COVID now, and we've been alarmed and surprised in the way in which the brakes were stepped on and everything came to a screeching halt. But the reality is people have been warning us of the pandemic for the last 5 years. So we have a choice as to whether we are going to use the time that we have to deal with climate change, or climate change will tell you, you're going to have to deal with me. And when we get to that stage, I think we will have systems upended. We will have those human rights that you talked about. You will have all those trade-offs that you talked about, just like COVID today. Unthinkable. The nature of the brakes that we had to apply, we had to. So, I'll balance out those perspectives, little positivity and a little cautionary message there.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess it's quite clear that the future financing is not about making decisions and lasting benefits for our clients, but for society as a whole. We've got to take everyone into the picture, have a more holistic approach to that. That's very insightful. Thank you for that. Serena, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think, I agree with everything that Ambu and Sharath has said. But I think when we talk about environmental economics, for example, we need to take it a step further. So if you're going into green financing, then you need to look at the opportunity cost of doing something. And to assess that, you need to look at ecosystem services. So it's not just how much is this habitat worth, but what else does it do that you don't expect it to do? What are the other values, non-asset values that are there that need to be calculated and taken into account? I think a lot of natural habitats are not actually given the full value, dollar value that is accorded to it. And all of that needs to be calculated if there needs to be a fair assessment. And that is really the actual natural capital that is not being adequately processed at all. So this is something that is beginning to take shape, but it's very slow. I think there is a resistance, not only because it's very difficult to calculate, but also if it shows that your cost is very high, then your investments will be very costly, and people don't want to see that because they want to take the cheaper, faster option. But I really do like what Sharath said, climate change is just gonna tell us, too bad, you have to deal with me. And then we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, and I just wanted to come in on Serena's point. I think that's clearly a point that needs to be addressed. How are we costing these externalities? We don't have systems that do this today, but that is the challenge for us. We've got to find something. We better find something before it's too late. That's my view. But it's a tall order. I know Serena and I make it sound very simple that someone just needs to turn the back of an envelope and we'll do it. It's not, because we've not known a system that can account for this. So, but I just wanted to echo what Serena said there.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you. And yeah, it's hard to put a dollar value on ecosystems when they're virtually priceless. Like again, we reiterate, once they're gone, there's no bringing them back. And with climate change, if we don't do something now, if we don't take action, then it will be too late. And then what can we do then? We can't move to Mars. We've only got one planet. So yes, thank you so much for that insight. I guess we're moving on to our final question before we hit about roughly 5-10 minutes of Q&A. Final question is open to the panel. What should be the role of ASEAN governments, businesses, and organizations in setting baselines for determining whether a green initiative has a net positive impact on the environment? So when I was thinking about this question, I think about maybe the green bond principles set in 2014 by the ICMA, or even just various certifications for sustainable farming practices. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that issue?
Is anyone going ahead? Okay. Maybe I'll start. I think, I've said this, and I think I'm just going to repeat this. I wouldn't start with starting with green bonds and working on this. I would start with every government, and let's pick a major section of the business community needs to set net zero targets. We need to be very clear about when this is going to happen. Then we need to set intermediate targets. Because setting something at 2050 and we don't know where you are in 2030 and 2040 is not good news. So the intermediate targets have to be clear. The strategies on how you're going to get there is also got to be clear. So a little digress. Today, even when you have countries making these bold ambitions, even companies which have been making these bold ambitions about being net zero by 2050, how they're going to get there, Jasmine, is not clear, or at least not to me. Okay, so we need that. And we need also, I forgot to mention, the public sector. I just keep talking about the business world, but the public sector is a very important, aspect of, at least in ASEAN governments or ASEAN economies. They need to get to the same thing. So let's keep it simple, because this is the front end. You need to set the target and the strategies. The rest will just follow.
Can I? Jasmine, can I?
Yes, sorry, yes, go for it, go for it. Your floor is yours.
I think the question is basically looking forward of seeing the future, what the governments and the private sector can do. But I wanted to go back and see how was our past history and see in Australia, for example, this level of life or the economic status has happened. This infrastructure and other investments happened. It took nearly 200 years for you to come to this range and this level of life standard. And if you come to this region and the ASEAN and these 10 economies, seeing it all happened within the 30 years. I think then you need to see that is where the technology and the investments happened. And again, this is the banks and the institutions and the technology providers in Australia and US and Europe and Singapore. They provided it as more than 50% of their investments on the technologies came from them, but not in the right way it should be. And so basically the speed at which it transformed and it basically resulted it, but it is aided by the conventional practices. And then moving forward, I think Sarath also mentioned, and here a lot of greenwashing is going on. And my provocative thought is that the session is whether the economic growth can be decoupled from the emissions and the pollutions. Yes, we can, and whether we have that kind of political will, whether we can say that is the this future of the finance, all the future investments will be green, and we will provide a taxonomy, and these are the green A, green B, green C, not more than that. Whether the governments can take a decision, whether the business can commit for it, though they are losing the money in the short term. Then what could be, whether again we turn back to this consumers, whether consumers can afford to pay mere $1 extra. So this is the price that is a price tag that is everybody has to bear it, and it cannot be a business as usual. So there will be a cost, and everybody should be paid for it. And the government set the rules, and the private sector and the community-based organizations work towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always like I have to consider the growing pains of making a more sustainable economy. Is that you've got to consider the long term over the short term. Even if it might hurt you in the present, the long term effects are going to outweigh that. So yeah, it was very insightful. Thank you very much. We will quickly move to the Q&A. I know we've just talked a bit about the public sector, the private sector. Now we have a question that's kind of focusing on impacts on rural communities again. So one audience member has asked, given the economic challenges of establishing sustainable infrastructure, how can development be implemented in a way that is environmentally considerate and at the same time does not price out rural populations in particular?
I guess I'll give that a shot. I don't actually have a solution. I just know the problems of rural communities. I don't know how they're going to do it, because the corridors of power are usually where the most developed areas are in ASEAN countries. And unless you're tiny like Singapore, where everything can trickle down to everybody, it's very hard for developing countries in the rest of ASEAN to do that. I think what we need is a government that actually really does care for its rural communities and genuinely wants to do something that will benefit everybody. Usually that happens when a rural community is an important electorate, right? So then they'll take an effort to provide services that this rural community wants. And that could be, more sustainable ways of doing things. But that rural community needs to first be aware that there is another way of living from what they're used to, which might be less than sustainable. And I think one of the first steps to this is to provide the infrastructure and institutional change to support a more sustainable livelihood, living, not say livelihood, but living and sources of income, for example, or just daily practices, right? So maybe people start to be aware of, or we should do rainwater harvesting. To be honest, lots of rural communities already do rainwater harvesting because sometimes they don't have water access. Maybe we want to move into solar energy. There are a lot of initiatives to lower the cost, but then people don't know how to get a solar panel onto their roof. And then how do you then connect that to your source? Does that mean, is there a system in place in the country that allows them to go off grid? And then if they produce enough solar energy, for example, can they then sell it back to the grid and get some money out of it? Is that system available? And then it comes to the very basic things. We're talking about renewable energy, we're talking about circular economies, but a lot of these rural communities don't even have sewage collection, sewage treatment, waste collection. So if you can't even get past that basic level, how are you going to move up to something a whole lot more, technologically advanced or innovative or sustainable? So I think these are the layers that need to be tackled.
Okay.
So would someone like to go?
And, yes, and I think Sarina has already pointed out. And if you want to, this inequality are the for rural areas and the urban centers that exist, and basically after the COVID, I think it may be particularly the gap has widened, and current economic patterns also shows. And then what to distinguish between the urban and the rural and infrastructure building is really, and how we can transform these rural communities into a sustainable path. And there are several blueprints that is available in the ASEAN level. Even there's a ACRF framework. That is, if you look into it, you have the blueprint. But the basic thing, imperative is two, and basically, one is the, or maybe I can say it is three. One is that is the One is that is access to the technology. I think Serena mentioned about the renewable energy, and it is unfortunate, and still the access to technology is very limited for the rural areas. Second thing is access to the finance, and this is also very much limited, and they need a lot of collateral, and here this rural community is disadvantaged. And some communities, and they open up. For example, technology comes, but then finance comes. But the beauty is these two windows has to be opened together to find a sustainable solution. And third thing is also the knowledge, the capital, and that is the knowledge, that is that the access to the knowledge, or the maybe say there is the ignorance, and here we need to bring a much more knowledge and the capacity building. And one strength in the rural areas is this social capital. When compared to urban areas, rural areas are rich in the social capital. It is a kind of a binding relationship among the citizenship for a common goal. And how we can maximize the social capital to harness the technologies and the finance. That need a completely new set of model. And some communities, it worked very well, and we need to upscale it at the national level. That need a public policy support. It cannot be given completely to the private sector. Stop here.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Yeah, bringing social capital into the equation, not just natural capital, and having the policy to support that, as you said. Thank you very much for all of your sponsors. We have 5 minutes left. I might go push for one more question, if you can answer as briefly as possible. Whoever wants to answer first, maybe. How can business value creation be made more sustainable as companies look to build more inclusive prosperity? Or in particular, are there any examples of projects that you guys know of that have already made a sustainable impact in ASEAN? So maybe some kind of inspiration to sort of finish off with.
Well, I think we're all struggling for examples of ASEAN projects. But look, I think the notion of business value creation ties in with what I said before, that, if we are making most of our money from natural capital, then it's time to recognize that if that changes, then my supply chain changes as a business. And I can't afford that. So today we are already seeing a lot of companies recognize that. But I'll summarize by saying, to Anbu's point, not enough. And hopefully we have that trickle down effect from a business to business, from the large businesses to the SMEs, where they start saying, you are my supplier, and it matters to me whether you are obtaining your materials in a way that's sustainable, right? And then you start to see some of these things, right? So, there is this slogan from World WWF. I don't know whether you're familiar with WWF, the World Wildlife Foundation, which at one point says, when the buying stops, the killing stops too. Same principle. Same principle.
Thank you very much, Shareth. Getting indication to wrap up from my moderators, but I think I'll take this time to conclude. So yeah, to answer our question, does economic growth cost the environment? I think we can agree that in the short term, it does, but in the long term, it doesn't have to. At the moment, we are witnessing the tremendous growth of the ASEAN economic bloc with combined, they have a combined gross domestic product of $2.5 trillion, and we've seen greater generation of productivity and job creation than ever before, which is just fantastic. However, I guess the question we continuously and consciously must ask ourselves as we contribute to market demand is, are we truly being sustainable and responsible caretakers of this earth, not just in ASEAN, but wherever we live in the world? How can we reform our practices and lifestyles in such a way that it doesn't adversely impact the environment or the livelihoods of other people? So it's definitely food for thought, and I encourage our audience members to investigate these issues more, to teach themselves and to teach each other. So yeah, I guess that concludes our panel. I would like to thank you, the audience, for showing interest in this topic and for tuning in. And I'd also like to take a moment to really thank these special speakers here. So each of them are volunteers, have been so invested in this conference and particularly this discussion topic. As you've all seen, absolutely phenomenal job So I really thank you, Amber, Serena, and Shareth. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I hope that everyone enjoys the rest of this conference. Thank you, good afternoon, and good night.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.